everyone, and welcome. Tonight we'll be taking a look at the Austro-Hungarian commanders of World War I. Now, this is something that I had originally intended to do all the way back in February. In fact, all of my research for this video took place in January and February of this year. And so, I apologize ahead of time if I sound rusty, because in fact, I am. This is stuff that I've not really looked at in great detail since I finished my research, and my notes dated back to February 7th to give you an indication of the last time I really worked on this. That being said, I am pretty confident in the quality of the notes, so hopefully this will all turn out well. Most of the research I've done since has been on Greek and Roman stuff. I'm actually working on about 4 different articles at the moment, and I am doing a lot of deep dives into some Romans at the moment as well, including the controversial tribune Gaius Scribonius Curio. So, while we're wondering about all that stuff, or I guess you are because I didn't give you a lot of details, let's get into tonight's topic. Before we get into the commanders themselves, there are a few things I'd like to touch on. I'd first like to explain the categories. So rather than having an S tier, I have instead opted for a Zenta tier. Zenta was a battle fought in 1697 in Hungary, where the Austrians pretty decisively defeated the Ottomans, and that really was one of those turning point battles where the Ottomans became the sick man of Europe. This was within, a decade and a half of the famous victory at Vienna, where the last Ottoman drive on Vienna was driven back. So, combined with that, this sort of marks the beginning of the end for the Ottomans. It was a long, slow decline. What's interesting, though, I have read, well, we'll get into that in a minute, but anyway, Zenta is kind of like the peak of the Austrians in a way, militarily. And then, of course, perhaps their most embarrassing defeat of all time will be our F-tier category, Ulm, the battle where the unfortunate Mack was destroyed by Napoleon. We've talked about that in the past. So, we'll be judging them between Zenta and Ulm. I feel like those are the most appropriate categories, and those would be the battles that these men would look upon as being the great examples of victory or defeat. Like, another couple things need to be noted about the Austro-Hungarian military and about the empire itself. One argument that I read from a man named Charles Ingrao was that after Zenta, and especially after more victories had come about, that really the reason for being of the Austrian Empire kind of fell apart, because as the Turkish threat receded and the threat of Islam to Europe began to wane, people weren't as interested in the Habsburg Empire. They didn't necessarily see it as necessary. Before, it was the best way to combine people under one rule in order to resist this encroaching force, but as that force became more and more feeble and continued to recede, people would look around them and think, well, why is this monarchy necessary? What does it actually provide? And I think that's a pretty interesting point, because I think the usual interpretation is that the Austro-Hungarian Empire was in decline due primarily to nationalism. That is, different groups seeking out their own self-rule. But in reality, I think it is a little more complicated, and perhaps partly it is that their reason for being, their original sort of charter as the defenders of Eastern Christendom, once Constantinople was gone, that kind of had faded out. And yes, I know that was not exactly how it got started, but that's really when they became a big boy player in European politics, when they became a true major power, was after 1453. So anyway, in terms of the state of their army and readiness, they actually did not have a very good industry. They also had a problem with agriculture, which is probably more important. Austria especially was an area that relied very heavily upon food imports. Hungary was much better off. And so, before the war, actually a lot of Austrian grain and meat was imported from America. And obviously, once the war starts, those imports will dry up, and morale will decline over the course of the war, largely because people are hungry. Even in Hungary. Anyway, Speaking of Hungary, you might have noticed that Austria became Austria-Hungary in the 1860s following the defeat at the hands of the Prussians. Partly this was a way to shore up support for the monarchy and to deal in the Hungarians. The Hungarians had once had a vibrant medieval kingdom that had been defeated by the Ottomans and then absorbed by the Austrians as part of the Habsburg holding. They dealt back in the Hungarians as equal partners in order to try to shore up their empire. Now, this was, in the short term, not that bad of a move, but in the long term, it ended up being perhaps a crucial mistake, because the Hungarians, especially their prime minister during World War I, and in the years immediately preceding it, were increasingly trying to make themselves more distinctive than the Austrians, or to distinguish themselves, I should say. And part of the compromise deal is that the Hungarians had their own military, the Honved. You have the Austrian military, the Landwehr, and then you also have the Imperial Army. And these are technically three separate organizations. And while especially the Austrians and the Imperial Army tried to be in line with one another, the Hungarians, especially in the years right before the war, did their best to draw distinctions in tactics and all kinds of things. Now, there hadn't been a ton of drift, necessarily, but it was actually accelerating. So unlike a lot of powers who were moving in the right direction at the last minute, in terms of modernizing their forces, standardizing their tactics, the Empire was actually moving in the wrong direction at the time that the war started, and had been for several years. In terms of weaponry, they're not dramatically behind the other major powers, but they are behind in a lot of ways, especially artillery. Now, they do have one really good heavy piece of mortar, but those will be appropriated by the Germans about mid-war. Famously, the Germans would complain that they were shackled to a corpse during the war, and that is largely true. The Austrian armies would struggle to win pretty frequently, and the Germans would have to bail them out. So a lot of the strategic decisions of Germany were based upon the need to preserve their ally. And because they were carrying the war effort, the Germans effectively do take over the Austro-Hungarian army around 1916 to 17. But before that, Austria would produce a number of generals. And as you might imagine, given the poor state of their performance, these are not necessarily the best commanders of the war. That being said, most of them are not flamingly incompetent either. So it will be a little bit difficult to rate them tonight because of the fact that they are working with a markedly inferior army, with markedly inferior equipment. They also will have to deal with all kinds of competing factors, one of which I haven't mentioned yet, the language barrier. So one of the things that made the Imperial Army function in peacetime is that most of the officers spent a whole lot of their time learning various languages, so they could communicate with their men from different parts of the empire. The empire is very internally diverse. It's not just Austrians and Hungarians. So this means that you have to have thousands of men who are officers who are multilingual and dedicated to the monarchy. And they did have that. They had a fairly large officer corps of people who very much believed in the mission of the empire. So by 1914, as they get into the war itself, though, it will show that those guys are pretty hard to replace. So it's very hard to find people who have the linguistic skills to really be effective officers in an army that diverse without a unified command language. So let's say if they had not gone with the dual monarchy back in the 1860s, perhaps they could have enforced German as their command language on everyone. And while that would have been somewhat politically insensitive, it would have, on a practical level, made things much easier. But as it stood, the loss of all those junior officers in the early year of the war, the first year, I should say, really impacted the ability of this army to function, period. So they have a whole lot of things going against them, and I just want to make that as abundantly clear as possible from the outset. Also, it's interesting, we'll get into this when we talk about the retirements of some of these guys, But there was a real esprit de corps among the officers of the empire, and even among men who knew they were being passed over in favor of others who are better connected to the court. There doesn't seem to have been a ton of resentment, and there does seem to have been, for the most part, respect between different officers. There will be some feuds that come up tonight, but for the most part, this is actually a relatively harmonious group of people. And I say relatively because, as we've already seen on many occasions, most officer corps are pretty damn contentious. These are highly competitive men. Most of them are aristocrats. They all have egos the size of Texas, and they really want to battle it out with one another over prestige and over standing. So, let's go back and make sure everything is good. If the stream is going well, if all that is happening. Yeah, somebody says 40% of the officers. That's probably about right. It was a lot. All right. So, let's now go into our officers. Now, of course, not all of these men are military officers necessarily. Hold on. Long thing. Not all of them are military officers per se. And in fact, the first person we'll begin with is the Emperor, Franz Joseph, and then we'll follow him up with his successor and the final emperor of the Austro-Hungarian period, Karl. Starting with Franz Joseph, Franz Joseph is sometimes excused because of his extreme old age. He came to power in 1848 at the age of 18. And he is one of the longest-serving monarchs in history, as his reign ended up lasting only 10 days shy of 68 years. Needless to say, while he was well past his prime, he was an experienced ruler by the time that the war started. And even, you could argue, he was pretty damn experienced even when Austria was defeated by Prussia. He had already been in power nearly 20 years by that point, and he would have been in his mid to late 30s. So he was not a boy anymore. The dual monarchy, of course, would create a lot of power and privilege for Hungary, and that would, of course, lead to some, as we mentioned, some drift between the various branches of the military. So while a lot of people do try to excuse Franz Joseph because of his age, I think that kindness is deeply misplaced. Because again, while he was still in his prime, and experienced, and in power, these problems were apparent, or should have been, and he didn't do much about it. When we talk about how ill-prepared the Austro-Hungarian army was and how underdeveloped its industry and infrastructure were, we have to remember who was in charge of the entire history of the dual monarchy. That would be Franz Joseph. Now, granted, his power was not absolute. There were parliaments in both Austria and Hungary, but the most powerful person and the only person who was in power in some degree during that entire period was the emperor. So the slide of Austria-Hungary from being a pure power to more or less a branch of Germany also has to fall upon Franz Joseph's lap. Two of the long-standing problems were the arrogant behavior and constant demands of the Magyars, that is the ruling class of Hungary, and the demands for autonomy and fairness from the other ethnic groups. The latter of which was fueled in no small part by the former. That is to say that the Magyars, when they were trying to emphasize their Hungarian power, would often take it out on small ethnic groups. They would oppress people within their borders in order to make their own group elevated. And Franz Joseph largely sat aside and allowed this to happen, even though he understood that it was a major problem and that it would lead to discontent. So far as I can tell, Franz Joseph is not the kind of guy who had a whole hell of a lot of ideas. I see no evidence that he ever had any firm or definite ideas about how to resolve any of the major issues facing the empire. The Habsburg army had fallen behind a lot of its rivals. During the decades right before the war, it was massively outspent, and while he didn't have full control over the legislature, he still could have done something. Really, legislation to modernize the military only started after the First and Second Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913. which is too late. And that legislation was pretty good. That was going to enlarge the army, improve its equipment, improve its training, and also move back toward a more centralized and uniform method of fighting. But again, all of this was passed late in 1913, and so none of it had come into effect by August of 1914. When World War I broke out, Franz Joseph was in his 80s, and he had been steadily ceding functions to his nephew and heir, Franz Ferdinand. That being said, of course, Franz Ferdinand's death will be a major blow to the function of the empire, because he was taking on more and more of the functions of government. Now, even though Franz Joseph was largely depressed by this point, even though we don't think he was actually that close to Franz Ferdinand, he wasn't just approving Conrad's plans without comment. There were times where he actually would assert himself. But most of the times when he did so, it was over fairly minor things, and a lot of times his ideas were actually worse than Conrad's. So to give you one example, during the build-up to the invasion of Serbia following the assassination, Conrad wanted to replace Oscar Podiorik, who had been governor and then failed to preserve the Archduke's life. And there were plenty of doubts about Podiorik's competence that would prove well-founded. But the emperor said, no, Podiorik needs a chance to redeem himself. And so Podiorik led the invasion. And it was a fucking train wreck. So this shows an emotional decision rather than someone who acted on strategic calculus. Franz Joseph kind of operated on his gut, and his gut was not very good. His instincts were bad. He also didn't object to the small size of the force that was sent into Serbia. Conrad wanted to focus heavily on facing the Russians and wanted to beat the Serbians on the cheap, even though the Serbians had just proven in the last two wars, the Balkan Wars, that their army was high quality. So Franz Joseph didn't question Conrad's judgment on that, but he did say you have to use one of our worst generals to do this. Because he needs a chance to redeem himself, I guess. That's really important when you're trying to win a war, that everyone understood, in Austria at least, could determine the empire's very existence. Now, because of his old age, of course, Franz Joseph did not visit the troops, and probably couldn't by this point without really endangering his health. And so, without the emperor visiting, that will further cause morale to slide. He is governing effectively from the basement, as people say about Joe Biden today. Franz Joseph was supposed to be the link joining the empire together. After all, he had been there since the very beginning, and the only shared loyalty was to the throne, as personified by Franz Joseph. When Franz Ferdinand died, Franz Joseph made no real effort to make sure that his next heir, Karl, was properly prepared. Karl had not been in line. He was already about 30 years old by the time that Franz Ferdinand died, and yet the emperor made no real steps to make sure that Karl was read in to what was happening. So Karl was not exactly able to attend meetings where they discussed strategy or anything. So when he would come to the throne, he would be completely in the dark about what was happening. So in many ways, I think we can blame Karl's failures on Franz Joseph, and rightly so. A lot of the apologists for the old emperor will talk about how broken up he was when Franz Ferdinand died, but a lot of the evidence shows they actually weren't that close. They also had a lot of differences in their views about how to handle some of the core issues, and they also didn't spend a lot of time together. So they didn't have dinner together very frequently. Apparently the only person who kind of was hanging out with Franz Joseph, in terms of people we'll talk about today, well, there's one of them who was one of his good friends, but another one would be Conrad. Conrad was pretty good at getting in close with the emperor, and that's actually where he had a lot of his influences, because he was able to talk to Franz Joseph in a way that was endearing. And for the most part, the emperor sided much more with Conrad than his major rival, the foreign minister Berchtold, in July. Really, there's not a whole lot else other than standing up for Podiorik that Franz Joseph did that had an impact. He was very much into loyalty, and he also wanted to promote people who were his friends. He also never considered sacking Conrad even after many of his plans failed, especially his 1914 deployments, where he very much overstretched the logistical capabilities of the empire. Conrad also predicted that Italy wouldn't enter the war. Of course, that proved to be false, and yet the emperor said, well, you know, it's fine, mistakes happen. Really, also, when the Germans began taking over the army in 1916, Conrad was furious and he wanted the emperor to intervene, but Franz Joseph by this point just didn't really care. Or at least his spirit was broken enough they just kind of watched. Now, granted, he was probably near death's door at this point, so I don't want to emphasize that too much, but still, your army of your country that you've run since the beginning of time is now being appropriated by an ally who's supposed to be helping you, but is instead just gobbling up your army. And the emperor's just like, whatever. Look, World War I was an era where the silliness of inherited kingships and nobility was really exposed. And a lot of the people who had been looked up to based on their birth were shown to be not special in any way. And I think the ultimate example of that is Franz Joseph. If anything, he's the most underwhelming of all the royals of the war. More underwhelming than Tsar Nicholas, more underwhelming even than the King of Italy. He really wasn't a person who could do anything of note. He had no real ability. There were some people who thought he was a good person, or that he was a fun company, or that he was a sympathetic ear or whatever, but that's about it. He was really more fit to be a country squire than an emperor. I mean, this was a job that was way above his head even when he was in his prime. And really, I think, to a certain extent, you could say that the reason the Austro-Hungarian Empire didn't work is because the emperor was Franz Joseph. I think that's not an unfair statement. So he basically presided over the entire decline and fall of his empire, and he's an easy F, or Ulm in this case. Again, the man has his defenders, but they're wrong. This guy sucked. Point blank. The end. When Franz Joseph died, he was succeeded by Karl, also sometimes called Charles. So Karl came to power in November 1916. He was only 29 years old, and again, he had received no formal training whatsoever. His most effective aide during his time as emperor would actually be his wife, Zita of Bourbon-Parma. She was intelligent and had some political savvy, certainly more than her husband. Karl did not have a whole lot of options when he became emperor. Again, by this time, the Austro-Hungarian army is being taken over by the Germans, food is running out, and every battle that they're fighting against the Russians, they're losing, at least when the Germans aren't present. At this juncture, the only armies that the imperial court could command were really the ones in Italy, facing off against the Italians under Cadorna. He also could provide supplies in the east, so he's still responsible for sending supplies to his generals in the east, but all the command functions are being taken over by the Germans. So his options were extremely limited, and his resources were few. And that's why I'm going to be a little bit kinder to Karl than most. Because again, he knew that it was his duty as emperor to do something. But because of his lack of training and then the situation itself, his options were extremely limited. He also made the correct calculation that the Entente were probably going to win the war. I think this was pretty obvious by late 1916 to most people, that the Entente had the advantage, not least because they weren't starving, whereas the Central Powers were. So Karl tried to secure a separate peace through the offices of his brother-in-law, who was a Belgian officer named Sixtus, and this will lead to the famous Sixtus affair, which is normally used as proof that Karl was an oaf. But again, I have to kind of defend this a little bit because he had to do something. His country was on a path that would lead to collapse, and it would be better to take a dumb risk than to just watch as it just crumbles in his hands. The negotiations with Sixtus really got hung up because Karl was not willing to cede the Tyrol to the Italians, because, like many members of the empire, he was furious that the Italians had betrayed his country for no reason, just to gain some land. So that was actually another area where the empire was pro-war when it came to fighting Italy, but they were willing to fight fairly hard there. But a lot of the armies on other fronts were much, much less motivated because they didn't hold a strong grudge against the people they were fighting. So when the Sixtus affair was discovered, this really undermined Karl's standing with the Germans, and he had to go meet the Kaiser in person. The Kaiser chewed him out, and he had to basically ask for the Kaiser's forgiveness with his hat in hand in order to continue to get food and supplies from the Germans. This had to be pretty tough for Karl, who, despite being someone who was not groomed for the monarchy, very much believed in it, and thought that he was chosen by God to be emperor. So he very much believed in the divine right of kings. He was a very old school person in terms of his political views. So this man who thought that God had called him to be emperor was forced to beg to a man who came from a dynasty that didn't have the same pedigree. So that probably was kind of a kick in the crotch. From 1917 onward, Karl was really unable to do much. He just kind of had to watch as the empire and the army disintegrated. He wasn't really allowed to intervene anymore because he'd been shut down by the Germans. Hunger worsened. Many of the discontent ethnic groups, from the Czechs to the Croats, simply began to engage in self-rule. They simply started to say, yeah, we're taking over our own area. This is now a new country. Leave us alone. And he really just kind of was adrift. The Entente made it clear they were going to encourage various parts of the empire to become new nations, and once he heard that, he knew it was probably over for the empire. That being said, he never formally abdicated, and he never relinquished his claim to the throne. The empire disintegrated, but he remained emperor, just of a non-existent empire. He ended up getting banished from Austria. Sorry, my phone is ringing inconveniently. So he was banished from Austria when the new republic was started there. And he spent his last couple of years trying and failing to get an invitation to be the king in Hungary, since Hungary had not formally denounced the monarchy. So he remained a homeless pretender until 1922. He fell ill, he died young, but his claims continued to be advanced by his widow Zita, who would do interviews about him, and she also stayed loyal to his memory by never remarrying. So even though she was widowed at 29, she would live all the way until 1989 at the age of 97 as a widow and as an advocate for Karl's memory. For the most part, because of the Sixtus affair, he is viewed as a fool and a failure. But again, I have to emphasize, what was he going to do realistically? Like many of his fellow officers, he was angry at how the sovereignty of his state was being trampled upon by the jackboots of Falkenhayn, Ludendorff, et al., and they had largely just even stopped asking the Habsburgs what they wanted and just simply told them what they were going to do. So Karl, I would rate as an E. He's certainly a failure, but how do you blame him, really? I mean, and how could it have turned out otherwise? No matter who you put on the throne in 1916, 1917, this empire was done. You could put a fork in it. They were finished by that point. Barring just the Entente deciding, let's just end the war on a whim. Screw it. I've had enough of the trenches. It's over. Alright, and before we get into the generals, let me check on the stream. Alright. Alright, let me get a little bit of tea. Alright. So now we get into the officers themselves, and the first man to command an operation will be our starting point. That, of course, is the wonderful Oskar Potiorek, the man himself. He was a loyal marshal to the Habsburgs, and that's partly why the emperor liked him. And for the most part, he was seen as a guy who was in good standing with the monarchy. That being said, his whole career was later colored by those two big failures at the very end that we'll talk about as we go along. So the only significance that he has in historical memory is as kind of an avatar of Austro-Hungarian military ineptitude. He was a Czech born in 1853, and before 1914 he was one of the most respected men in the army, both by his peers and by members of the Habsburg family. In 1906 he was actually deputy chief of staff under Conrad, but because he didn't attract enough interest from the emperor, Conrad, who was good friends with Franz Ferdinand, made sure that he was moved on to another job. As we'll discuss with Conrad, one of his many failings is that he tried his best to pigeonhole his various potential rivals in places where they couldn't challenge his authority. Oskar Potiorek was one of the first of several potential rivals for the chief of staff job that Conrad was able to keep away. In 1911, Potiorek became governor of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and then in May 1911, a post that he would hold all the way until December 1914. I bet you can probably guess what happened to his job. In 1913, Potiorek invited the Archduke and Archduchess to visit him in June of the next year to watch military exercises. So in June 1914, that is why Franz Ferdinand was present in Bosnia. Sarajevo, which I'm actually not sure if that's in Bosnia. I'm not going to look that up real fast, but we'll keep going. You get the idea, though. Yeah, actually, Sarajevo is definitely not Bosnia, but I got to look it up now. God damn it. It's not going to bother me unless I know. It's the capital, of course. God damn it. Okay. Glad that wasn't a trivia question. Okay. So the point of inviting the Archduke Franz Ferdinand down to Sarajevo was to try to get on better terms with him. After all, that would be the key to his future. Like many of these old generals that we'll study in World War I, he had no intention of ever retiring unless he was forced out, or he died. And he knew that Conrad had already been chief of staff for 8 years, so it was maybe time for a change. 8 years was much longer than pretty much anybody else had held the job before. And the Archduke, despite knowing how dangerous Bosnia was, decided to go anyway. So there is an initial attempt at assassination that failed, and Potiorek made some changes to the route in order to try to ensure the safety of the Archduke and Archduchess, but he didn't communicate that route to the driver of the Archduke. At least not very well, and so he was nearby when Franz Ferdinand and Sophie were killed. And of course they were killed by a guy who was kind of an opportunist who thought he had missed his chance and just happened to see them drive by. Potiorek was very much convinced that God had spared him so that he could give his life in order to avenge the slain heir of the Habsburg Empire and punish the Serbians, and apparently he was able to convince the emperor that this was the case. So in the immediate aftermath of the assassination, Potiorek would oversee a major crackdown on Serbian extremists. He would round up thousands of suspects, and hundreds of men would die. He also would raise up a pro-Habsburg militia unit called the Schutzkorps, and all of this would be part of a distinctively anti-Serb policy. Conrad, both because Potiorek was a potential rival and because he thought the man might be a little bit out of his mind at this point after some of his actions, wanted to put someone else in charge of the invasion of Serbia while retaining Potiorek as governor, but Franz Joseph made one of his rare interventions and said, no, this man deserves a chance to redeem himself, and so the Czech veteran was given the chance to lead an army. This also might explain in part why Conrad made the army so small, because he didn't want Potiorek to command a horde and become sort of the new Archduke Charles. So Conrad's initial plan called for 308,000 men, but at the last minute, because of the Russians deploying a little more speedily than most people thought possible, that number was cut down to 200,000 men. The Germans also insisted that the Habsburg prioritize the east, but they didn't tell them that they themselves would only send 1/8 of their army to the east in 1914, and that they would be going all in against France. So even with 200,000 men, Podiorik still had a pretty big advantage. He had better equipment, better logistics, and while the Serbians had 180,000 men in theory, in practice, they couldn't arm them all. The only real advantage the Serbians had were that they had combat experience and they knew the terrain better. But because they had fought 2 wars recently, their reserves and stores were almost non-existent. So, that is to say, Podiorik probably should have won. And in addition to having his numbers significantly diminished from what they should have been, Podiorik was also asked to be very cautious with his second army, because Conrad wanted to preserve its strength in order to redeploy it rapidly on the Eastern Front. So in part due to the caution imposed upon him from above, and in part because the army's rather mediocre logistics, which would only get worse from here, and due to his own lack of skill, his movements were very slow and predictable. He also had the misfortune of facing off against the Serbian Marshal Radomir Putnik, who was very good at anticipating what Podiorik was trying to do. He also figured out very early that Second Army was being withheld from the engagement as much as possible, and so he decided that he could focus on fighting the Sixth Army. So that's what he did. But Podiorik, for some reason, decided to use the Sixth Army also with great caution, and had it entrenched to guard his flank. So what Putnik did is he struck at the junction between the Second and Fifth Armies, and because Podiorik was very slow to react, the Serbians were able to win a victory there. This meant that the Serbians did better than they thought they would do, and the Serbian Second Army was then able to catch the Fifth Army on a slope of a mountain after they approached undetected somehow, and this resulted in the Austrians being forced to retreat at the Battle of Sur. This also was the occasion of the first dogfight in history. So, Austrian and Serbian planes actually fought each other in the sky for the very first time in the history of war. Before, there had been bombing missions, but never had 2 planes fought each other. And of course, neither Austria-Hungary nor Serbia would go on to be a great air power. Podiorik would seek permission to mount another invasion, and he cited the need to maintain contact with their ally, the Ottomans, but Conrad declined this because he was more concerned with fighting the Russians and thought that Podiorik was a bad commander. In October 1914, someone brought a book to Franz Joseph depicting a potential division of the empire if it were defeated, and this persuaded the old man somehow that he needed to knock out the Serbians first before he could face the Russians. The rationale seems to have been that if the Slavic ambitions for independence were crushed, they would fall in line, not defect to the Russians, and the empire could marshal its resources to at least hold the Russians off until the Germans could beat them. And once again, the man entrusted with this great invasion was Oskar Podiorik. So his second invasion would start in late October, and he managed to overrun a pretty substantial portion of the country. This time, Putnik drew him in pretty deep, and he was looking for an opportunity to counterattack, and effectively what happens is that Podiorik will outrun his supplies. So his army was overextended, and they were also still low on ammo from the last campaign. So while they were still better equipped than the Serbians, they still were not an industrial power. So he is very low on ammo, and again overextended. Putnik was begging the Entente for supplies. The French sent a little bit of aid, and it was just enough. So what the Serbs do is they dug in at the Kulabara River, which is at the very edge of Podiorik's ability to hit. Podiorik elected to assault the position for 10 days in late November. He also had an opportunity to try to hit at the juncture of two Serbian armies, but the Serbians corrected the problem before the blow fell. And after some intense fighting, Podiorik did manage to break through, but so Putnik was forced to withdraw and also to abandon the city of Belgrade. So Podiorik, for some reason, was now convinced the Serbians were going to try to encircle him. But he thought they lacked the manpower to pull it off, so he felt like he had won the campaign. But that's not what Putnik was planning to do. So judging that the Habsburgs were at the end of their logistical tether, Putnik counterattacked, and the Austro-Hungarians, who had done pretty well at this point, they had held together, they had fought cohesively, they now suddenly collapsed, and they had to fall all the way back to Bosnia. Total losses for the empire were 30,000 killed, 70,000 captured, 170,000 wounded, 200 officers captured, 130 guns lost, 70 machine guns lost. And the Imperial Army is also very short on machine guns, by the way. The officers and weapons were very hard to replace, and so anytime they lost machine guns, artillery pieces, or officers, those might be replaced at a very slow rate, but again, it would be a much more devastating blow to the Austrians than almost any other power, largely because of the need for language skills I talked about earlier. And their replacement officers were not very good. Podiorik's logistics were poor. And that being said, while his logistics were bad, I want to emphasize these are still the best logistics any Austrian commander had. So this will continue to deteriorate as the war goes on. A lot of other powers will get their stuff together and become more efficient, but the Austro-Hungarians will start out mediocre and go all the way straight to horrible as the war progresses. So after this, in late 1914, he was cashiered from the service, and he retired. He was not recalled at any point. He retired to Klagenfurt in Austria, and he actually lived all the way until 1933. So he lived to be 80 years old. One thing that's interesting, as I mentioned, he's a Czech, but like many of the Habsburg officers, he chose to live out his golden years in Vienna, where he could be with his fellow veteran officers. They were kind of like this family of sorts. They all had believed in the monarchy, and most of them would retire to Vienna or its suburbs, and they would also have like these associations where they would support each other and try to make sure that none of their fellow officers were lonely or struggling too badly. Anyway, Podiorik is clearly an F. I don't think there's really any need to justify that after what we just talked about. Alright. All Thoughtful Pug, you're around. Let me know if you want to join the conversation, Thoughtful Pug. Alright. So, back to our commanders. We have one guy now who commanded one of the armies in the failed invasion of Serbia. That would be Liborius Ritter von Frank. He commanded the 5th Army during both of Podiorik's Serbian invasions. So in the second invasion, during that big Serbian counterattack in late November, early December, von Frank was occupying Belgrade. And so he was the one who delivered the bad news to Podiorik that they'd have to withdraw from Belgrade, because otherwise it had been cut off. He did very poorly at the Battle of Sur, as we mentioned in the part about the first campaign. And then the fact that he withdrew from Belgrade, even though it was the correct decision, made him look worse, because that was now another thing on his record. Yeah, he withdrew from Belgrade, the only real major city we captured. He abandoned it. Isn't that great? So between those two things, he was then cashiered along with Podiorik in December 1914, to be replaced by von Nadas. He was born in 1848, so he was already at the end of his career anyway, just based on age, and he died in 1919. To be honest, I was not able to find a whole lot about this guy, and in general, I found the research for this video to actually be pretty difficult, because some of these guys are not super well attested. You would think that with all the Habsburg fanboys on the internet, that some of them would have taken the time to write about their heroes here. Surprisingly few actually do. I guess because cosplaying doesn't involve actual knowledge. Who would have thought? Anyway, unless you're willing to do a lot of study in German on this, it would be hard to find a whole lot more on Ritter von Frank. I would just summarize him by saying wrong place, wrong time, inadequate help. I'll put him in the E. Okay, so I'm going to let you in, Thoughtful Pug. Okay, where am I at? Here we go. How's it going, Pug?
Going well.
Awesome.
Yeah. I'm just a bit tired because um, partly because I woke up a bit earlier than usual today, and also went out today to go watch that new Spider-Man movie at the Across the Spider-Verse. So I don't know. That probably took it out of me, but
Yeah, I bet so. I mean, all those superhero movies are the same, and they pretty much all blow.
yeah. Well, I mean, there's a few good ones. Like I only watched I've only I decided to watch that one mainly because I like the first one because it's one of the only ones that actually stands out, stylistically and whatnot.
Right.
Uh, yeah, I will say I still prefer the first one over this one because it's kind of I'll say it's a bit messier than eh, I don't think anyone really cares. So yeah, I don't think this is a movie talk.
Well,
I feel so. I'll just
how's your summer going in general?
eh, uh, going going fine, I guess. School's been kind of difficult recently. Uh, Almost finished with this semester and class and all that.
Okay.
After this, I'll be basically done with college in person. So, yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. What classes are you taking? If you don't mind me asking.
Intro to art history, which I'm taking online. That's pain in the ass. And intro to biology because I fucked up that class like 3 times in a row because I took them all online.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, art
Yeah,
history. Art history sounds pretty cool, but
yeah,
biology
it
maybe
is.
not as much.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I will say to anyone who thinks of like taking like lab courses and stuff, never take them online because they're always terrible. You need to do those in person. Like they're impossible to do.
yeah, and
I
I
think.
noticed one thing about students this past year. Some of them didn't understand the idea that if you're taking a class in person, you have to attend, which I feel like is something I shouldn't have to explain. But just in case you are someone of college age and you're thinking, hey, do I need to attend my in person class? Yes. The answer
Christ.
is yes. Just
Yeah.
so we're clear. Anyway, uh, let's talk about the Archduke Friedrich, Duke of Teschen. I guess you had a chance to look at the notes, or
I actually had not. You didn't actually share. I don't see. I don't see where you shared them actually.
look at the Boulay chat.
Yeah, I don't see any.
Oh,
Wait, did you say it was like back in February or something that you posted it,
I mean,
or
no, I posted it yesterday, but I finished the notes back in February.
I don't. Well, for some freaking reason, I don't see them in the Bool chat. So
Okay, well, shit.
you may have posted them in the wrong channel or something. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I have them, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Um, let's talk
I was
about.
expecting. I was expecting to just be reacting to most of the information. I guess
Yeah,
for
I
that
guess
freaking reason.
it'll all just be the same stuff I'm saying anyway. So,
Yeah.
all right. So our next person is the senior person in the military, technically, and that would be Archduke Friedrich, Duke of Teschen. He was a member of the family. He was born in 1856, and he was a pretty useful symbol for Franz Joseph because he could be the face of the army. He was a well-known member of the Habsburg family, as I mentioned, and because Franz Joseph could not go to the troops in person, Friedrich would be the guy who would visit the troops in the field or in the hospital. So he kind of fulfilled that part of the imperial office. That being said, while he was officially commander-in-chief of the army, Archduke Friedrich was basically a dilettante who was not a serious military thinker. And so because of that, he didn't pretend that he knew anything about strategy, and he just allowed Conrad to control everything. Now, that being said, he does have a legit military background in the terms of him actually having served in the army most of his adult life. During peacetime, he'd commanded 5th Corps. And there were a handful of times where Friedrich would intervene if something sounded a little off to him. But for the most part, much like with the Emperor, those actions were very few and far between. I will give him a lot of credit, though, because he does have the good sense to know that being commander-in-chief was beyond his capability. So he didn't try to do something that he knew he couldn't do. In terms of doing symbolic work, though, such as inspecting troops, visiting hospitals, giving speeches, he actually did a really good job. Especially filling in for his cousin, the Emperor, who was too old to do it at this point. Once Franz Joseph died and Karl took over, however, Karl dismissed him and replaced him because Karl wanted to be more active, and he also didn't want someone who was more high profile than himself. Because remember, Karl had been basically in the shadows, hadn't really been previewed to the public, and hadn't been formally prepared. So having Archduke Friedrich around would take away from Karl's aura, so he had to get rid of him. What do you think about Archduke Friedrich?
Wow, what a wet sandwich. Yeah, I hope that like 80% of these guys aren't going to be this.
They're not. There are a couple more like this, but so I tried to include everybody who's either a field marshal or a colonel general or commanded an army. And by the way, if any of you know of anyone I missed, please be sure to leave them as a permanent comment once the video is posted. Once the stream is a video, I mean. So that way I'll see it and I can add them to the miscellaneous list that we'll do at the very, very end of World War I stuff. But yeah, anyway, so I have Archduke Friedrich as a C just because he did his one job fairly well, even if it isn't exactly the most difficult job in the world. I mean, it's still something that needed to be done, so.
I mean, yeah, but so base. I'll leave it at C in that case. Yeah.
All right, next up we have another Archduke, and this is Archduke Eugen of Austria. He is the grandson of the famous Archduke Charles, one of Sean's favorite generals, and one of the more successful commanders from the Napoleonic era. Eugen was very much determined to follow in Charles's footsteps, and he would go on to hold a number of major commands during the war. He was born in 1863, and so he's a little bit younger than some of the other senior officers. Because as a Habsburg, of course, he got promoted a bit faster, but the age gap was not large enough that people made a big deal about it. Whereas we'll talk about one of the other Habsburgs who was considerably younger, and there was a little bit of griping. He was the only Archduke to ever graduate from War College and join the General Staff. So most of these other guys who were Archdukes, they might be in the army, they might command things, but they weren't really doing military theory. But Eugen was all the way in. He also was the 4th Habsburg in a row to inherit the office of Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, an office that he would hold until 1923. And then after that, the office stopped being hereditary. That was just a kind of old order for aristocrats. He was fast-tracked for promotion, as I mentioned. He had his first corps command in 1900 when he was only about 37. He held a lot of influence in matters of appointment, and he also had been a big fan of Conrad in 1906. And so he had Conrad made into a division commander. He actually ended up retiring before the war in 1911, in theory because of health concerns, but in reality because Franz Ferdinand didn't like him. And Franz Ferdinand did not want a Habsburg in the army who was popular and well-liked and charismatic and all that. So he retired in order to not offend his cousin who would become emperor. And actually, I don't know if they're cousins. I'm just making that up. They're all in the same family, though. They're probably cousins. Anyway, So when the war started, of course, he came back, and he actually wasn't greeted warmly at first. Conrad, who'd been his subordinate, feared that the Archduke might try to take his job. So Conrad, again being super defensive, did not want Eugen back in service because he thought Eugen might become chief of staff. That, of course, did not ever happen. But in December 1914, he did get an assignment. He was sent to replace Podiorik and the reformed Fifth Army. And he managed to make it into a decent fighting force once again. He was then promoted to a new rank in 1915 of Colonel General or General Oberst. General Oberst, I'm not sure exactly how you say it. So that will be a new rank, and then in 1916 there's also another new rank, Field Marshal. We'll talk about that when it becomes relevant. And then he would be sent to the Tyrol front. This is kind of the less active sector of the Italian theater. So the main one is commanded by Barevich, whereas Eugen will have the quieter version, the more mountainous version. So Eugen, for the most part, does seem to have had the common touch with his soldiers. His tours on the front to rally morale were pretty successful, and again, that's helped out by the fact that the Austrians are legitimately angry over Italian aggression. So he became pretty popular with the troops. He did have a lack of war materials to deal with, and there was some desperate hand-to-hand fighting, but usually that was handled at the corps level, and some of it ended up becoming mace and war clubs. And the Archduke, as a student of military history, was fascinated by it, but it's also a sign that both Austria and Italy were not super well prepared or equipped. By mid-1916, he was heavily reinforced, and he mounted the famous Trentino offensive, which would put a big salient in the lines of the Italians, but because they didn't quite break through to get the encirclement, eventually Cadorna would go back to just hammering the Isonzo, of course. And Conrad had to call off the operation before it could win because there was a major failure in the east with the Brusilov offensive. So he had to withdraw this force that was being used for the offensive to send them east. So after he came back, after the assignment was over, and he had to fall back to the Dolomite Mountains, he was promoted to Field Marshal in November 1916, and then he took part in Caporetto, which was the major Central Powers victory in Italy. So the Germans joined in, and they effectively crushed Cadorna's army, or at least destroyed about half of it. Eugen, who had normally been cautious and casualty conscious, was really going hell for leather, because he knew this would be the Empire's last real chance to win, as they were running out of food and everything else was falling apart. That being said, despite him having the right attitude at Caporetto, he actually didn't perform that well. And some people thought that the failures of his units to attack as well as they might have was due to bad staff work. So after Caporetto, his front was dissolved and he was dismissed. The new chief of staff, Ars von Strassenberg, was upset about this because he said that they needed an experienced and capable commander. But Karl, the new emperor, said that Eugen was too senior and that the only way that he could continue on is if he became commander-in-chief. But Karl wanted to be commander-in-chief himself. And so he thought that Eugen, in order to have a job worthy of him, would have to be commander-in-chief. But, yeah, he's not going to give that up to his cousin, Eugen. So Eugen effectively is put in reserve in late 1917. When the empire collapsed, he went to Switzerland. He resigned from the Teutonic Order in 1923 so that the holdings wouldn't be confiscated as being Habsburg, because Vienna, the government there, started to confiscate things from the Habsburgs during the time of the New Republic. In 1934, he returned to Vienna and became a politician as a monarchist, no surprise, although he no longer thought that it was possible to restore the monarchy. When the Nazis took over, his beloved Teutonic Order was dissolved, all its stuff was taken. He was pissed off about that. He lived in the suburbs of Vienna during the war, and he probably owed a lot of his upkeep to Hermann Goering, who seems to have admired him for whatever reason. In 1945, he resettled in the Tyrol, which was now a part of Italy, and the place where he had served, of course, as a field marshal, and he lived out his last days there. The whole town of Innsbruck showed up for his 90th birthday in 1953, and he lived until 1955. So what do you think about Archduke Eugen?
Yeah, I recall reading his Wikipedia page way back when he first announced doing this. And my takeaway from it was, yeah, I get the feeling there was a uh, Habsburg fanboy who wrote this because, yeah, it's very glowing in praise to say the least. It felt, but yeah, looking more into it, yeah, I think he did pretty great, especially considering looking at the Battle of Saggio, the Trentino offensive. Any time that your army is on the offensive and loses less men than the guys you're attacking, I think you're doing good.
I would say so, especially in World War One conditions.
Yeah, yeah. So I won't say I'm not sure if I want to give him an A. I think I'll give him an A. I don't think he's an S tier commander, but
Yeah, I think the thing that keeps him removed from the Zenta tier, of course, would be that he wasn't that good at Caporetto. But the Trentino offensive was one of the really few bright spots for the Empire. So, I mean, there aren't that many victories to talk about, and that's probably actually the most important Austrian victory that they did on their own. And the only
yeah,
reason, of course, it failed is because Conrad had to pull the troops out. So I agree with an A. I think that's fair
yeah.
for him. Um, Next up, we have, I would say, probably the most controversial person on the list, and the one that everybody's been clamoring for, and that would be the man, the myth, the legend, Konrad von Hotzendorf. So,
Yeah.
or excuse me, Franz Graf Konrad von Hotzendorf. Born in 1852 in Vienna, he was a fourth generation noble, and his family had long served in the Austrian military. His father was about 60 when he was born, and had been a cavalry officer at the Battle of Leipzig in 1813. So think about this. Conrad's dad had fought in a battle 100 years earlier, and now Conrad would be a major figure in a war 100 years after his dad had fought in a war. I mean, usually there has to be at least like another generation put in there. So that's kind of crazy to think about. There's only one generation of separating a Napoleonic veteran from a World War One veteran. Conrad first married in 1886. He had four sons, and his first wife died, so he had a deep depression after she passed away. And he even questioned whether he wanted to stay in the army. So he came pretty close to actually leaving the service. And if he had done that, we'd have never known about him. But he did meet an Italian woman, and he fell in love with her. She was already a mother of six, and Conrad, being fairly conservative Catholic who was into big families, was very much into that. So they became a pretty passionate couple. They only got married in 1915 after having a long affair. I want to say she was still married. So that was a bit of a controversy, but he got through it. As a young officer, he was distinguished for being very studious. He was a big fan of science, actually, and he was an early and enthusiastic adopter of the theory of evolution. Prior to a tour of duty as an instructor at one of the academies, he also toured all the battlefields from the Franco-Prussian War, because he thought that of all the recent wars, this one would best show the future. And in an army where almost all the senior officers had never served in a major war, that's another factor I forgot to mention at the outset, most of these guys have never fought before, despite being lifelong military men. But in an army where most senior officers had never been in a war, he did stand out because he had been an instructor and he had written several books. So he was seen as the expert within the army on theory because he had written about the Franco-Prussian War and some other stuff. His main asset was probably that he had a very easy rapport with the emperor. The emperor liked to have dinner with him and talk. That being said, aside from Franz Joseph, Conrad did not have many friends. And he was not someone who was very sociable. And that's kind of a standout feature because, like I said, the Austro-Hungarian officer corps was actually surprisingly easygoing and friendly, and even people of different ranks could be friends and hang out socially. Even people from different backgrounds, like people from nobility who are generals, could have a nice dinner with someone who's like a captain from a blue collar family. So the fact that Conrad didn't fit into this largely accepting military family is kind of a red flag about his personality. Conrad was an advocate of modernization. When he became chief of staff in 1906, he really wanted to push that, but of course the Congress or the two parliaments were not favorable. He actually was temporarily sacked in 1910 because he got into a big spat with the foreign minister Berchtold over the use of preemptive war. Conrad was a big fan of preemptive war. Berchtold not so much. And especially Conrad's theory was that the empire should attack preemptively their weaker neighbors to keep them at bay. So he probably wanted to go into Serbia well before the Archduke was assassinated. If it had been up to Conrad, they'd have done that in like 1912 or earlier. So in theory, his dismissal over the scandal what was about his well-known affair, but that had been known for many years, the affair with the Italian woman. But in fact, it was that he fell out with Berchtold. That being said, Franz Ferdinand came to the rescue and got him reappointed. And once he was reappointed, he was now very firm in his control as chief of staff. So Vienna became very nervous because of the First and Second Balkan Wars, and because Conrad was seen as their leading brain, they were not going to get rid of him. Because they were afraid of offending him and losing his intellect. So he basically had the chief of staff job on lock. That being said, he was not tolerant of potential rivals. And he would do whatever he could to undermine them and invalidate them. His biggest rival was the old foreign minister von Aehrenthal, but he died, and so Conrad's ideas became stronger, and he pushed them very forcefully. He could argue with a lot of vehemence. So a lot of people were afraid to debate him just because he could cite all kinds of examples and he'd get very heated. And only Berchtold would really stand up against him. Actually, yeah, von Aehrenthal was the stronger of the two, but Berchtold also tried to fight against him. During the July crisis of 1914, he was the loudest voice, and none of the other senior officials were really able to do anything to oppose his calls for going to war. Franz Joseph effectively just signed off on most of what Conrad wanted to do anyway, so that he's basically the reason why the war started, in many ways. And to be fair, there were at least, and this is at least 25 times in the official records, where Conrad formally recommended a preemptive war against Serbia from 1906 forward.
Christ almighty.
So this is something he had been planning for many years, and yet the operation was a shit show. Maybe it was because of Podyork in part, but anyway.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, all the pre-war stuff made it sound like, oh hey, this guy probably gonna turn out pretty well. You know, studying the Franco-Prussian War. That's a good, you know, of all the pre World War I conflicts, I think was the closest until you know the Balkan Wars came about.
Yeah, and I think
So,
too, if you if you think about it, like if you don't have an army that's fought, how else do you judge your officers? Like, what criteria do you use?
yeah, yeah, and then you started talking about how he wanted to like start a preemptive war with Serbia, and I realized why the guys on the Great War channel fucking hate this guy.
Yeah, I mean, especially he proposed it 25 times. So he's like a broken record. I mean, it's crazy. So I mean, the thing is, like Conrad was clearly very intelligent,
Serbia
but
no
he,
S, I guess
yeah.
is his motto.
So the thing about Conrad, because like Cadorna is clearly not very smart, but Conrad actually is a smart guy. He's just fucking crazy.
Right. Yeah.
Um, so his other idea was he wanted to conquer more Slavs in the Balkans to offset the influence of the Magyars, since he thought the empire should be essentially Austro-German, and he thought the Hungarians were disruptive and unproductive. And to an extent, he's not entirely wrong, because strictly on a military basis, the Hungarians were the primary mover of all the divergences in tactics. They were the ones causing a lot of the rifts, and also provoking a lot of the ethnic conflict by giving Hungarians and the Hungarian side superior rights as opposed to other people, whereas on the Austrian side they weren't doing that nearly as aggressively. But that being said, of course, Conrad was a chauvinist for German-speaking Austrians. Now, the perception was that he was the most serious commander in the army, and that was helped by the fact that anytime there were problems that people would ask about, he always had some kind of an answer. He was a very opinionated person, and so he seemed to be more thoughtful and more engaged. He often is judged as politically limited, but he actually was a master of army politics. Because again, think about how he not only managed to come back after being dismissed, but kept all his rivals at bay. Now, this probably created some dissension in the ranks of the army, but still, this is a guy who was very good at army politics, and he also judged correctly that he only needed one friend. And he had that one friend. He had a strong desire to hold on to power, and that probably led to him prematurely ending the careers of a lot of men who might have done better if given a second chance. We'll talk about some of them. Ritter von Frank, we already talked about him. I mean, he could have potentially improved, given a second chance, maybe. But Conrad apparently had it in for him, so he was cast out with Podiorik. I think he was right on the Podiorik issue at least, but still. Now, that being said, he also, by dismissing people, was hoping that they would be scapegoats for his own errors. Many of his errors strategically were due to poor judgment, but sometimes he did have a few good ideas that we'll talk about. I think it's safe to say he's far from stupid, but he's certainly not brilliant. In the lead up to the war, and in its very early stages, he was wisely cozying up to von Moltke, and also Alberto Polio in Italy. So this gave him some insight into what other countries were planning. And he also wanted to really have more cooperation with Germany on planning. But because of secrecy, the Germans weren't into it. And of course, von Moltke would get dismissed fairly early. And once von Moltke was gone, Conrad had no friends in the German army. Another problem with Conrad, he understood the Empire's logistics in the abstract. He knew that their rail system sucked, for instance, but his plans acted on the assumption that everything was hunky-dory. So he acted as if he could just move men around as he pleased, and the railroads would do what they're supposed to. Whereas, in fact, anytime you try to countermand orders, it's going to throw things into disarray, because it is not an efficient rail system, and with the blockade, once that starts, you also can't replace things that get damaged or broken on the railroads. So a lot of his countermanding orders in 1914, especially when he suddenly downsizes Podiorik's army, that causes chaos. So a lot of men were actually forced to march 50 or more miles to get to rail stations before they could board trains to get to the front lines. And they'd arrive on the front lines tired and with their boots already worn out. And I actually read a memoir of a Hungarian officer, a reserve officer who was called up in 1914. He was talking about what a shit show it was. But apparently a lot of them thought it was their local commanders who were just trying to toughen them up. Because the local commanders tried to do the stiff upper lip thing, like, oh yeah, you boys need to toughen up. But they were actually just trying to make the best of a fucked up situation. Because they couldn't find trains. Conrad rediverted a considerable part of the army bound for Serbia to go face the Russians in August and September. And of course that would further strain the rail system. He did not send enough men to Serbia. He also didn't send enough men to Galicia, where the Austrians would get smashed. He also tended to urge his field commanders forward without really making sure that they took account of casualties. Conrad was not very casualty conscious. A lot of commanders would then beg off and look for reasons not to attack. In late 1914, early 1915, there were 3 army commanders in the Carpathians who tried to persuade Conrad and each other that while there needed to be an attack because Conrad had ordered it, that someone else should do it. None of them actually wanted to be the guy to do it because they all knew it would fail. Conrad was aware that the army was getting weaker and his logistics were getting worse, yet he was always insistent upon pressing forward against superior forces and shuffling troops around even when he didn't have to. It's worth noting, however, in his defense, that his job was difficult, and there were problems that he faced that most commanders-in-chief did not. For instance, because of ethnic loyalty issues, he always had to deploy men in areas where they wouldn't be tempted to defect. There were tons of defections of Slavic troops to the Russians. And because Slavic people were a pretty big portion of the population, this meant that he had to be very careful about who he sent to what theater. He did have some successes, some small ones. The biggest one would be the Trentino offensive. And he canceled it after it was pretty close, at least reasonably close, to seriously threatening the Isonzo front. But again, the Brusilov offensive broke out, so he had to call the men back to the east. The Brusilov offensive was such a disaster that this is when the Germans decided, you guys are too incompetent to manage your own armies, we're taking over. And so Conrad lost most of his power, and for the rest of Franz Joseph's tenure, he basically sat in his office and bitched. And he did make some personnel decisions and logistics, but he didn't really make a lot of strategic decisions after that. And also the Germans gained the power to fire imperial commanders. So while he could appoint them, and he could also fire them, the Germans also had the ability to fire generals they didn't like. So Conrad wasn't even fully in charge of personnel. Yeah, it was bad. As the Empire's railroads broke down, the starvation issue got even worse. The Germans were forced to send even more food to the Empire, and that meant also they took over more and more. Conrad was definitely a major failure, especially in light of how long he was in command before the war started, and how his strategy was terrible, how his strategy went badly in 1914, and how the Emperor just let him do all this. So he had a fairly free hand, not like Cadorna levels of free hand, but still pretty damn free. Karl sacked him in March of 1917, and Conrad actually requested retirement rather than demotion, but Karl personally requested that he remain on active duty, because Karl, like many people, was still convinced that Conrad was a military genius. So Karl actually gave him control of the South Tyrolean Army Group during the Caporetto offensive. And this would lead to Conrad and one of his rivals, Boreyevich, really fucking feuding. Probably the worst feud of the war started in the Caporetto. So they hadn't liked each other for a long time, and now they're trying to work together as army group commanders, and things will fall apart. So Caporetto itself did pretty well. Both army groups did well enough. They smashed the Italians. They inflicted 800,000 total casualties before they ran out of steam and the Germans left. And then they fought the Battle of the Piave River in early summer 1918. And this was supposed to renew their offensive and hopefully break Italy once and for all. But the two army group commanders were at odds over where they should strike. Conrad wanted to strike south, Boreyevich wanted to strike forward. And then the Emperor Karl and the new Chief of Staff von Strassenberg didn't want to intervene because these two field marshals were much more influential than they were on military affairs. So they effectively said, why don't you each do your own operation? So Conrad launched an operation to the south, and while Boreyevich had some success at Piave River that could have turned into a big one if he had all of Conrad's troops, Conrad's operation was just a complete failure. So this pretty much meant the end of Conrad's command. And that being said, he was still made a count or graph before he was cashiered. After the war, in true Conrad fashion, he never admitted to any wrongdoing. He took no responsibility whatsoever for the war's outbreak, despite all his preemptive doctrines and being the guy making decisions in 1914. He stayed in Vienna after the war. He simplified his name after the Austrian Republic banished the aristocracy. He became Franz Conrad Hotzendorf, with a hyphen. He died while visiting a health spa in Germany. His initial reputation after the war was actually very positive, and many people thought that he had just been held back by the shittiness of the army, and that he was actually a great general who, if he had a better army, would have been one of the great commanders. Even some of the Germans actually thought that, believe it or not. When he died, there were actually 10,000 mourners at his funeral in Vienna. and most of his contemporaries thought very highly of his intellect. But that all changed around 1960, when people really reassessed him and they looked at his record and they said, wait, this guy was a flaming failure. That being said, if we look at him now, yeah, he was clearly a failure, but he also was in a pretty bad spot with an army that was not ready for football. I will say this: I think he's a better commander in chief than Cadorna,
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
but not. He's probably worse than Haig, though.
Yeah,
Anyway, what do you think about Hudson Conrad in terms of ranking?
I will say, prior to researching for this, my knowledge on him came entirely from the Great War History Channel, uh, their coverage of him, and they give him the short end of the shit stick, to say the least. I will say my opinion is more positive, but I don't think he's definitely not getting anything higher than a D for me.
Yeah, I have him. I have him as an E or an F. I mean, I think he's more of an
I
E.
do not think he deserves an F, like at least compared to because I see F. If you put him in F, then you're putting him on the same level as Cadorna, and I don't think that he can be on the same level as Cadorna.
Yeah, I agree. And
Like,
also,
my
hot.
God, he.
I've been reading about the French. I've been preparing that over time. Low key, I think Conrad might be at least as good, if not slightly better, than Joffre. Because Joffre really fucking sucks.
Yeah,
But he's
agreed.
still better than Cadorna, obviously, but still.
Mm.
Anyway, so I'm good with the E for that.
Yeah, E. That works.
He has a good mustache.
Certainly does.
All right, and now for a guy with a pretty cool looking name, and that would be Hermann Freiherr Koves von Koveshaba. And Freiherr is just a title of nobility that was invented by the Empire, by the way. Sometimes I included it, sometimes I didn't. Most of these guys ended up with it, though. Koves von Koveshaba was born in 1854. His father was a senior Hungarian officer, and his mother was a Transylvanian Saxon. So a lot of Saxons had migrated into Eastern Europe. So one of his parents was from that background. His father was Hungarian. And so that means that he kind of belongs to both of the dominant ethnicities. Now, technically, the Saxons are North German rather than South German Austrians, but close enough. He also stood out by being a Protestant. Now, the vast majority of the Austro-Hungarian officers, regardless of their ethnicity, were Catholic. So in this way, he kind of represented a level of diversity that no one else did. He became a corps commander, and he also made the rank of general of the infantry by about 1911. And that meant that when the war would start, he would be one of the candidates for high commands. And it's worth noting that before the invention of colonel, general, and field marshal, ranks like general of the infantry, general of the cavalry, general of the artillery were pretty much as high as you could go. At least I'm pretty sure. Like I said, it's been since February since I really researched this, so I am a little rusty on some of the little details like that. One thing that kind of set him back was that there was a scandal right before the war broke out. A group of 400 Catholic officers backed by Kovas were caught doing a very ostentatious conversion ceremony to Protestantism as a form of protest. And Kovas was pretty afraid that he'd get cashiered because the empire was so deeply attached to Catholicism. And it had been a big part of the officer identity, especially the Habsburg loyalists, were pretty much all hardcore Catholics. After all, they had seen themselves as defenders of the faith against the Ottomans in previous centuries. But effectively, this crisis blows over because then the Archduke gets assassinated, and people forget about the big baptism and the Protestantism. So Kovas effectively just slides past that, and he is sent to command the 12th Corps, Transylvanian Corps, at the war's outset. This will put him on the Eastern Front in Galicia, and later in Poland. 1914, of course, nothing goes well for anyone, at least not in his sector. But in 1915, in the spring, he will do well by capturing the fortress city of Ivangorod. He then gets an army command. He takes over Third Army, and he will serve under the direction of von Mackensen, the German general, during the third and final Serbian campaign where they actually conquer Serbia. He did well here, and he got to occupy Belgrade, so he got to wipe away the stain of falling out of Belgrade earlier. Then he became the supreme commander in the small campaign against Montenegro. And actually, I forgot, this is the only successful conquest that they made without the Germans. So it might not have been the most impressive battle necessarily, but it was the only conquest the Austrians made where the Germans weren't involved. So Kovas then was transferred to Tyrol in preparation for the offensive. He was promoted to colonel general. And all this went well in the Trentino, but so he was under the direction of Eugen. But after a couple weeks, it was all called off due to Brusilov. He still stood out, even though everybody did well in the Trentino offensive. His units did even better than most. So he was sort of the star of the operation. His Third Army went east to try to restore the lines, and he was able to fight the Russian Ninth Army by himself and stabilize the front. So this was one rare instance where the Austrians by themselves engaged against the Russians and broke even. Now that did happen in 1914, but this is now 1916 to 17. So, pretty big deal. And we also have to remember the Russians, while they were definitely worse than the Germans, were still way better than the Austro-Hungarians in terms of firepower and everything else. Kovas was replaced and then sent to take over the 7th Army from Flanzer-Bolton in October 1916. During the 1917 Kornilov offensive, which was Russia's great last gasp, he did pretty poorly. And that being said, everybody did shittily in the Kornilov offensive, so actually Kovas did better than most, but still he was part of a losing effort and his army got pretty badly torn up. So his left and center got torn up, and he was able to counterattack the Russian rear guard, and the Germans then launched an attack from the north. He was able to recapture the city of Bukovina, and despite the fact that this hadn't gone well overall, the fact that he kept his head during the disaster and helped to lead to this turning of the tide until the Germans got there, meant that he was rewarded both in Vienna and by the Germans. The Germans started to reward people they could work with, and so in November 1917 he became Field Marshal. He kept command of 7th Army until January 1918. He then became Army Group Commander, but he was sent to a sector that was no longer at war. Bulgaria left the war, and so now he was the commander-in-chief of all Central Powers forces in the Balkans, and there was really nothing he could do because he was expected to face off against the British and French troops in Macedonia. But
Is this, during the Vardar offensive, like
yeah,
of September 1918.
yes, this is about to happen. But while it's going on, while it's building up, and the Austrians know it's coming, Kovas now has to deal with the fact that his army's literally melting because, again, of starvation and nationalism. So he's just watching as the front deteriorates, and then when the blow finally drops, his army starts to get smashed. On November 4th, when Karl resigned as commander-in-chief, Kovas became his successor, so technically Kovas is the very last commander-in-chief of the army. So in theory, he was responsible for demobilization, but in reality, the army kind of demobilized itself. He remained a popular figure after the war. He lived in Vienna, and he was a big fan of art until he died in 1924. His contemporaries were pretty harsh, actually. They said Kovas was a man of average ability. But a lot of their judgments I find to be rather odd. I mean, they thought Conrad was a genius. That being said, Kovas is clearly one of the better soldiers here, and the most successful. So what do you think of Kovas von Kovashava?
One, I'll say he's a B, and two, I'm being told that my volume's a bit too low on the stream.
Oh, let me see if I can do something about that. Alright, now say something.
Alright. right, testing 1, 2, 3.
All right.
How's that? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
So is that better for everybody? So could somebody say something about Thoughtful Pug's audio?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Well, assume it's good. Nobody's saying anything now. Um, anyway, so yeah, I think he's an A or a B. I think I'm actually gonna
Oh,
go with. I'm actually feeling an A for him.
yeah. Well, I personally think B. Still says I'm so quiet.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll try to crank it up a little more then. Let's see what happens. All right. So now you're maxed out.
All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me
Because
better?
usually I have to turn Sean down because.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. It's just really.
Yeah, I don't understand how that can be. I mean, you sound fairly loud on my end.
Well, I guess it's just how it's supposed to connect to stream.
Yeah, let's see.
That's some stuff you just do at the start to make things work out. I don't know.
Here. Oh, here we go. This will help. All right.
Okay, now they're saying better.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah, I figured that would do it. All right.
Okay, good to know.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, because I
Yeah, I hope
know.
I'm not pulling out your ear with this.
No, I'm okay. Usually I have to worry about Sean being too loud because for whatever reason he always comes through super loud. I
Huh.
don't know why.
Yeah, it's probably the mic he's using.
It could be, yeah, because I mean I don't feel like he speaks unnaturally loud in person or anything, so I don't think it's that. But anyway, that's the thing about sound that I guess you don't realize until you try to record something is that mics are odd things. Also, the things that they sometimes pick up in the background that you wouldn't notice even if you were there. For instance, one thing I have to be careful of is I have headphones with a cord that connect to my mic, and if they accidentally touch my laptop, even at a very, very light touch, it will make a loud tap.
Yeah.
So it's something that you have to adapt to. That's
Yeah, I remember having an old mic back in the day. I use headset mics mostly just for like convenience, and I'm not like a regular YouTuber, so I don't use like those setups. I remember back in the day doing a stream with a buddy of mine for some dog shit show, and yeah, rewatching the VOD. Turns out you hear my casual breathing throughout the entire stream, and it's the most painful listening experience ever.
yeah. Um,
Yeah.
no, I know. Like every time somebody starts a podcast, like, yeah, we're gonna get all this shit right, and it's gonna be great, and we're not gonna have any technical problems. Yeah, yeah. I feel I always find it funny every time I hear somebody's first ever broadcast, especially if they're trying to do a live stream, because it always ends up as a shit show. Especially if you involve more than like 3 or 4 people, like the people who try to do rip-offs of things like EFAP or whatever.
Right.
Um, anyway,
Yeah, let's get back on track. I think we've solved this problem.
yeah, so we solved the problem. We did something the Austro-Hungarians never could. All right, so our next general is Alexander Freiherr von Krobotten. He was born in 1849 in Moravia. So that means he's on the older side. But unlike most of the officers born prior to 1850, he would eventually get away from his desk and get a field command. So for the most part, if you were born before 1850, they used you in the office, but he was able to break away. He was a career artilleryman, and he spent most of his career teaching about chemical engineering and munitions. And as you might imagine, he was a leading advocate for increasing the size of the artillery. But all of that really only started to happen at the eve of the war, and the Imperial Army would always be massively outgunned by the Russians and even the Italians. And the Italians, by the way, were considered to be undergunned. The British and French would always visit them and tell them that they needed to double their artillery. So gives you a sense of how undergunned the Austrians were. Nonetheless, Kropotkin was pushing for that, and by all accounts, was a pretty smart guy. Strategically, though, he does agree with Conrad completely, and he also is a big pusher of preemptive warfare, especially on Serbia. So, because he's like the other great thinker in the army and he agrees with Conrad, that's another reason why there wasn't a lot of pushback against invading Serbia. So the other side didn't really have an advocate, at least not a major one. And Berchtold, again, was fairly new to his job because von Ehrenthal had died not too long before. And the emperor was, just out of it. So from the start of the war, Kropotkin was aware that the empire's food supply was in peril because they relied on imports. So he pointed this out early that they would go hungry. And he tried very hard to find food after Romania entered the war, since Romania had been exporting most of its grain and had actually been one of the major exporters to Austria. So what he wanted to do was to implement martial law and centralize the food supply. But the two prime ministers of Austria and Hungary, who normally hated each other, actually got together and worked to shoot that down. So there was no centralizing of the food supply, so there was no rationing early. Kropotkin did get to use Serbia as a breadbasket, however, and then sent most of the food from Serbia back home. That being said, the calorie count of soldiers and civilians would continue to decline, and morale would decline with it. And this is in spite of Kropotkin doing things to try to help. In early 1916, he became the first colonel general, and then in March 1917, he was relieved because Karl was cleaning house and getting rid of the Franz Joseph guys. But while most of his peers stayed retired, Kropotkin would find himself in the field, much like Conrad, and he would take up command of 10th Army. At Caporetto, the 10th Army would be the one that would strike directly at Capello. Remember, Capello was the Italian commander who was overextended after the 11th Isonzo, and it was taking advantage of his position that led to the major catastrophe at Caporetto. So Kropotkin was actually the cutting edge of that offensive. And he captured 2 entire divisions. And this led him to be promoted to field marshal within just a couple weeks. He then was assigned to aid Archduke Joseph in the Tyrol, and because the other field marshals like Eugen and Conrad were absent, he was probably running the show. When Archduke Joseph, somebody tried to kill him, and he decided to flee in late October, Kropotkin was left in control of the Tyrol, and this meant that he now had to request an armistice as his army is melting around him. But a few days into his efforts at diplomacy, Armando Diaz launched the Vittorio Veneto offensive, and this had the effect of smashing not only Barejevich's army, but also Kropotkin. So Kropotkin effectively fell back to Vienna, he retired, and he had a relatively productive and happy retirement. He became an honorary doctor of technical science, he led a riding association, so he was a horseman, and he also was the head of the Kaiser Karl War Welfare Fund, where he would help give money to people who were former officers who had fallen into poverty in order to prevent them from starving. He died in 1933 at the age of 84. So what do you think of Kropotkin?
I was on the fence with Koves for getting A, but I think I'm giving Kropotkin an A, personally.
Really?
Just for his performance in the Asanzo especially, and the fact he was actually trying to fix the food supply situation in Austria, well in the Empire.
Yeah, I mean, I
It,
think
the fact that he was shot down by the politicians for once working together, just to
yeah. So I mean, I give him credit for that and for his performance in that battle. That being said, he also was a big pusher of preemptive war. So he
yeah,
also bears some blame for the war starting, a war they
yeah.
couldn't win.
Good point. I guess dropping the B then.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's probably fair.
Mm. By the way,
Um,
before we go on to the next one, Panama Chong brought up a good question.
yeah.
Uh, Theoretically, the war starts for another reason, and Franz Ferdinand takes over. Presuming Franz Ferdinand doesn't die, does Austria perform better? Sorry if you talk about this. I'm catching up. That's a tier list. So basically, what he's saying is, if Franz Ferdinand lived, what effect would he have
Um,
had on the?
that's a good question. I mean, for starters, he was very active in controlling the army, uh, so that would be a big help because I mean, clearly the old emperor didn't do much. And couldn't, and then Karl wasn't prepared. So Franz Ferdinand would have been a much better commander in chief. He also would have commanded more respect in Berlin, so they might not have pushed around the Austrians as much. But he was a big supporter of Conrad, so he might have approved a lot of the same stuff. I don't know. And also, I think Franz Ferdinand can be a little overrated, though, because of how bad the other alternatives are. His judgment was not necessarily the best in the world, but it was still better than the age-addled Franz Joseph or the inexperienced Karl. So I think he would have actually made a relatively substantial difference. Although I wouldn't say
Yeah,
it's necessarily a game changer, if that makes sense.
yeah. There's also likely the chance that he and Conrad would start butting heads, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean,
So
there's a chance that like he might have been more willing to sack Conrad after the results started to come in.
yeah, yeah. What was their those two's relationships before Franz Ferdinand's death? You know, him and Conrad.
They
If you know
were they
anything.
were on pretty good terms. I mean, for the most part, there were guys who were Franz Joseph guys and guys who were Franz Ferdinand guys. Conrad was kind of both.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
mostly focused on the emperor, but he managed to befriend his nephew as well. And those are pretty much like two of Conrad's only friends. I don't even know if he was necessarily friends with Franz Ferdinand, but Franz Ferdinand liked him, if that makes sense. Whereas he definitely was legitimately friends with the emperor.
yeah,
Uh, but yeah, I mean, I feel like Franz Ferdinand would be more likely to look at the results and say, "Huh, we need to do something else. You're fired." Um, and I also don't think Franz Ferdinand would have said, "Yeah, Podiorik must redeem himself. That's more important than having a competent commander."
yeah.
So I think yeah, it would have made a difference. How much of a difference is very hard to tell.
Oh yeah. It's not. I don't know how to pronounce the guy's name. Um, yeah, wasn't he for federating the empire? Uh, well, Franz Ferdinand, that is, wasn't he supporting some like initiative to like federate the empire between like the Hungarian, the German, and the Slavic portions? So
Yeah,
have like a
he was
triple
for
monarchy or something.
more Slavic representation. Um, I know there were other elements of his policy that weren't quite as forward looking, though. I can't recall right offhand, but there were some parts of his policy that actually were
Yeah,
fairly regressive that combined with that more progressive and pragmatic approach. So his politics were actually pretty complicated. So,
yeah,
but that being said, at least he had energy. um,
yeah,
so it's kind of like you're getting somebody whose ideas are a mixed bag, but at least he can carry them out, as opposed to people who either have no ideas or have no authority. So yeah, it still would have been preferable for the Empire, but how much of a difference is an open question.
right.
All right.
All right. So next guy.
Our next esteemed commander is Franz Freiherr Rohr von Dinta. He's a Hungarian. He was born in 1854, and he's pretty unusual because he is not a nobleman at all. In fact, his father was an NCO, so his father was the equivalent of a sergeant. And unlike almost every other person who ended up in Vienna living as a kind of exile within their own country, Rohr von Dinta was not rejected by the post war nationalist governments. So he actually found a home after the war. Another unusual feature of his career is that despite coming from humble origins, he was in the cavalry. So usually the cavalry are all rich kids. But this guy, who came from a blue collar background, was there. So pretty unusual all around. In 1911, he attained the rank of general of the cavalry, so again, one of the senior commands, and he was appointed to be commander of the Honved, the Hungarian army. Because again, there are three armies: Imperial, Austrian, Hungarians. He was in command of the Hungarian army. This was at the time when the Hungarian prime minister was pushing hard for the Honved to be more funded, even if it meant taking funds away from the Landwehr, the Austrian army. Now, most likely, Rohr, in general, probably would think that's a bad idea, but because he's in command of the Honved, he might have been okay with it in that instance. That being said, despite having more funding at the last minute and getting a little bit better equipment than the Landwehr, the Honved would be pretty woeful once the war started. How much of that is Rohr's fault is hard to say, but yeah, both the Honved and the Landwehr did shittily, even in 1914. The Imperial Army did okay, but it's really these two other armies that sucked. In May 1915, he was called to defend southwestern Austria after the Italians declared war. He got a provisional army group, and he needed to defend the Tyrol and the Dolomites. So this was supposed to be the secondary theater with the Italians. And it turned out that it would remain that because, of course, Cadorna was obsessed with the Isonzo. So right before the Great Trentino Offensive, his army group was dissolved, and then he was given command of the 10th Army. So he's kind of demoted a bit. The operation ended early. He was transferred over to 11th Army in the same sector. When Ars von Strassenberg became Chief of Staff, he removed Rohr from Italy and put him on the Eastern Front with 1st Army, which is where he had the first time he had been in the East. Soon after, he became a Baron, and then he later made Field Marshal in early 1918. He commanded the 1st Army until April, when the Empire made peace with Romania. After the war, the new Hungarian... And basically, as the Empire started to fall apart and fronts closed, there were armies that were simply just disbanded, and then their commanders were just kind of left without commands. So that's kind of what happens to him. It's just, he doesn't get fired, it's just his command ceases to exist, and he's not reassigned. After the war, the new Hungarian army voted to confirm his field marshal status. That being said, he still chose to spend his retirement years in Vienna, along with his fellow officers. He died in 1927. Rohr performed competently, but he was never seriously tested. He usually was in a quiet sector, and by the time he reaches the east, most of the serious fighting was over. So what do you think of Rohr?
I don't even know how to fucking rate this guy. Like, because he did basically nothing in the grand scheme of things.
I have him as a C. I mean, I guess he did okay with what he had.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I go for more of a D tier, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, D for Denta.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he didn't really do that much of note. I mean, I guess D is probably fine. I mean, it's not exactly. There's a reason he's not a household name, I guess. Our next
Yeah.
guy, from what I recall, is someone who became rather controversial later on. His name is Edward von Balmermoly.
Oh boy, this guy.
Yeah. So, he was born in 1856. His father had been assigned to Ancona, and his father was upwardly mobile, and of course, he would capitalize on this throughout his life. George Boehm, his father, was an NCO who won a field commission. After he fought in 1849, he retired as a major in 1877. And so by the time that Edward was in service, his father was actually advancing in rank. So his father was starting to enter the nobility and accrue wealth. And so Edward, even though he wasn't quite born wealthy, still benefited from that once he got into the army. So the family name was changed to Balmer Moley when Edward was about 30 or so, in order to honor Edward's mother's maiden name. So all of a sudden, in his late 20s, he's now a nobleman. And he now, yeah, so his stature has increased quite a bit all of a sudden. By the time the war breaks out, he commands Second Army, and he's only able to have a pretty limited impact on the Serbian campaign because, again, uh, Podiorik was ordered by Conrad to keep the Second Army fresh so they could redeploy east. So he's basically just sitting around waiting for orders and nothing happens. Early in his career, he served with the Dragoons. He became General of Cavalry, commanded 1st Corps in 1912, so he had plenty of experience right before the war, at least with, in theory, commanding troops. Uh, yeah, so unlike many of the commanders who were not very good at working with the Germans, Bomber Molly did really well with them. Apparently, he got along hand in glove with the Germans, and they felt like he was one of their own. So they trusted him, respected him, and loved working with him. By September, he was given a Central Powers Army group, which had two armies. One was the Second Army, the other one was the German Army. And to the best of my knowledge, that's the only instance where a non-German commander had an army group with a German troops in it. So that's how much they like this guy. Because normally the Germans were very insistent, our troops will not take orders from Habsburg generals. But in the case of Bomber Molly, they're like, yeah, we'll make an exception there. Because of his popularity in Berlin, he would spend more time in the field as a commander than pretty much anyone else in the Austrian force. And so far as I know, he was pretty much in the field the entire war in some capacity or other, whereas most other people had breaks between commands. He's pretty much constantly there. So he becomes Colonel General in 1916, Field Marshal early 1918. He also came under the direction of the elderly German Prince Leopold, who became a front commander, so basically army group. And since two of the three armies were Austro-Hungarian, that means that Bomber Molly was probably still effectively in command of those guys because of how much the Germans trusted him. And most likely the reason why he was technically subjected to Prince Leopold is to show Austria as a whole that Germany was the big cheese. Anyway, Second Army would occupy Ukraine after the defeat of Russia in March 1918, and it's only now that he's finally replaced. And that would be the end of his career as well. Just like some of the other guys, once his command was disbanded, he was not reassigned. So March 1918, he's done. He will now retire to an area that became part of Czechoslovakia. And the new government also honored him, so he was registered as a reserve officer. The Germans, of course, seized Sudetenland, and he fell under their jurisdiction. And apparently there were a lot of Bomber Molly fanboys in the Wehrmacht. So the Wehrmacht named him as a field marshal. Honorarily, of course, because by this time he was old. And he also was ceremonially the colonel of the 28th Infantry from his hometown. So he's the only Austro-Hungarian officer to be honored by the Wehrmacht, and it's not clear if this was due to his service in World War I, or to his politics, or to both. At any rate, he died in 1941 at the age of 85. So what do you think of Bomber Molly?
Yeah. Wasn't he instrumental in recapturing Przemysl in 1915? I'm not sure if that was mentioned.
I don't have that in my
Uh,
notes, but you could be right.
yeah, I recall that. That's one of the things I recall. Most of my knowledge on World War One stuff honestly comes from memories of watching Great War Channel back in the day, and I remember him being prominent in, during the Gorlice-Tarnow offensives. So yeah, I'd say B is the lowest. I'll give him B or an A. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he was more steady than brilliant, though.
Yeah, I guess that's why I'd go for B. Honestly.
Yeah, so I think B is fair, and I mean, there are probably some nefarious reasons why the Germans liked him. That being said, given that working with the Germans was pretty much the major skill on the Eastern Front that you needed, that's still an important asset to have at least one guy who gets along with the Germans really well. So, on a practical level, that is something that matters. Um, so, yeah, I think B is pretty fair. All right. And our next commander will be Moritz von Ausenberg. He was an Austrian commoner uh, who was born in 1852. His father was ennobled in 1869, so much like with Bomber Moli, once he's a young man, his social status changes, and that will benefit his career immensely. And his father will also continue to accumulate names and titles, as will the son. So over time, he, just accrues a ridiculous list of titles. Von Ossenberg was not a very congenial fellow compared to most of his colleagues, and part of that is because he had very strong politics. So most of the other officers were a little bit apolitical because they just supported the monarchy and didn't want to rock the boat, but von Ossenberg was not one of those guys. In 1910, when he became general of the infantry, he tried to work with Archduke Franz Ferdinand to direct policy. So he was a Ferdinand guy. He became a major advocate of modernization and standardization. So he wanted the Imperial Army to have a standard and have the Hanved and Landwehr adhere to it. He became Minister of War from 1911 to 1912, and while most of his measures weren't adopted, he did manage to get the military budget increased. The war broke out, he was in command of 4th Army in the East, and he actually won the first Austrian victory of the war, called the Battle of Comaro, which was a messy, multi-day affair. He drove back the Russians, he captured 20,000 men and 150 guns, but he was critiqued for not pursuing vigorously. And that's probably a critique that came from, you want to wager a wild guess? Who do you think criticized him for this?
Oh shit! I kind of wasn't following that because my buddy was telling me.
Oh, that'd
Shit,
be Conrad. Conrad, who,
Conrad. Yeah,
doesn't want anybody to be too successful.
of course. Yeah, Conrad.
So he took this to heart, and he decided to fire his cavalry commander lest his victory should be tarnished. So Karl Graf Hune was fired. Now, this was an indecisive victory, and of course it did not eliminate the Russian threat, especially as more Russians were pouring in to the theater. But it ended up being one of the very few victories the Habsburgs would win by themselves, especially without German help. Conrad then ordered a pursuit, but before he ordered the pursuit by von Ossenberg, he took away 4 infantry and 2 cavalry divisions and put them under Archduke Joseph Ferdinand. And then he told von Ossenberg, you have fewer troops now, but you're still expected to strike a killing blow. The enemy has retreated under General Plehve. But as von Ossenberg is pursuing, trying to follow his orders, the Russians move up a second army. So now there are 2 armies facing von Ossenberg's reduced army. And they enter a battle at Rawa. Von Ossenberg is badly outnumbered. He held his ground, but ultimately his forces and Joseph Ferdinand's forces, who joined him, ended up being hard pressed. The first army under Joseph fell back to the south, whereas 4th Army was now in danger of being encircled. So von Ossenberg decided to retreat to the San River. As things played out, however, he was not able to rally at the San, and instead had to fall back so far that he left how do you say that city in Przemysl?
Przemysl is how I've heard it pronounced.
Przemysl. There we go. That's good enough. Przemysl. And he had to leave that under siege by the Russians by late September or so in 1914. So Friedrich wrote him a letter pleading with him to do the right thing and resign. So Archduke Friedrich, of course, the nominal commander-in-chief. And Friedrich also told him to say that he was sick in order to save face. But before von Ossenberg could do that, or not, we're not sure what his intentions were, Conrad just simply fired him and replaced him with Joseph Ferdinand, despite the fact, of course, that Joseph Ferdinand had also failed and put him in that position in the first place. So von Ossenberg was never able to get another command, and that was likely because he was on Conrad's no-go list, his shit list. And again, it's because Conrad did not want anyone threatening his position. That being said, he did continue to get other honors, so he became ennobled as a baron, the Baron von Komarow, in April 1915 because of his victory. But then, 7 days later, he was put on trial on the grounds that he had given out state secrets while he was Minister of War in order to make money on the stock market. He was acquitted, but that must have damaged his reputation enough to ensure that he stayed on the sidelines. So most likely the guy behind that would be Conrad. Anyway, 1920, 1921, he wrote 2 books on Austria-Hungary's participation, and he died in 1928 in Vienna at the age of 85. So what do you think about Moritz von Ossenberg?
Well, what was the name of that like one battle you said he won first? Was
Kamaro?
Yeah, Kamaro. Yeah. Yeah. The fact that he actually managed to get an actual straight up battlefield victory against the Russians with the Austrian army being what it is. Yeah, I'd say he deserves A tier more so than Kovesh does, in my opinion. But
Yeah,
it seems like he was a good commander that was just sidelined for political reasons.
yeah, and this is another reason why. Basically, many ways when we're talking about von Ossenberg, we're effectively discussing why Conrad sucks.
Yeah.
Our next commander is perhaps the best known aside from Conrad. If Tony Kukoc hadn't already taken the nickname, he might be known as the Croatian sensation, and that would be Svetozar Barejevich von Banja. He was born in 1856. He was Croatian by his own admission, but there are some accounts of his life that claim he was actually Serbian. He was an Eastern Orthodox Christian, which means that he was one of the handful of non-Catholics in the upper echelons of the army. As a young officer, he participated in the suppression of the revolt of Herzegovina in 1878, and that means that he's one of the very few men we'll talk about who actually fought in combat prior to 1914. He established a reputation as one of the sharpest minds in the army from an early time. He taught at the Teresian Academy within about 4 or 5 years of his own graduation. In 1905, he was registered with the Hungarian nobility and given the name von Banja. Before the war, Barejevich held 2 different corps commands, and he was still with the 6th Corps when the war broke out, stationed in Galicia. He was quickly promoted and took over the 3rd Army on September 1st. As army commander, he temporarily freed Przemysl, the city called P. There we go. After it initially fell, and then he performed well holding out in the Carpathians. So then he became one of those guys trying to tell Conrad, yeah, if you want to launch an offensive, go to that other guy's army, not mine. During the early 1915 offensive by the Russians, his men held up better than most. And their intransigence was able to contribute to the Central Powers' 1915 offensive, where they regained a lot of land. In the meantime, however, Italy was about to declare war, and so Barejevich was stationed in Italy. He was forced to abandon most of 3rd Army, and he took up 5th Army on the Isonzo. So this would quickly become the most important front in Italy, and it became the favorite front for the imperial public to follow because, again, they had strong support for the war against Italy. And because of that, he became a kind of hero of the empire because he was the successful general holding back the Italians. So this made him a major figure. And because he won most of the battles on the Isonzo, he was very popular with the soldiers and the civilians back home. It is worth noting he actually did not win all of the battles on the Isonzo, but he did win most of them. He became known as the Lion of the Isonzo for his skillful defense, even though he was outnumbered and outgunned pretty severely. And he was promoted to Field Marshal. It is worth noting, however, that in 3 of the 11 Isonzo battles, he did lose. And that means he got defeated by Cadorna 3 times. Just want to make sure we're clear on that. But again, Cadorna did have massive advantages in manpower and firepower and all that, so take that for what it's worth. He did end up managing one of the army groups during Caporetto. He did very well, and things went well until the Germans left and he fell out with Conrad. So he and Conrad hated each other, and Bereyevich, because he had accomplished the most of any general, felt like he was the expert in Italy, whereas Conrad felt like he was the greatest military genius of all time. So they butted heads severely, and they couldn't get along. As we already mentioned, he lost at Piave River, but his first opinion before he decided on attacking at Piave is that there should be no offensive period. Because he said, we can't win. We don't have the resources, reserves, or logistics to finish off the Italians right now. It can't be done. We should stand fast on defense and do it that way. But High Command insisted, so he chose Piave River. He had some success, whereas, of course, Conrad's proposal failed horribly. You could say a lot of people have believed in the years since that actually Ars von Strassenberg, the chief of staff, had the best plan in terms of where to attack, but Bereyevich was not willing to hear it, partly because he was in this big ego contest with Conrad. So this is a mark on his record as well. Ars's proposal actually probably would have been more successful.
I'm guessing we'll get to that when we get to him. Ars.
Yeah.
All right.
In the meantime, Bereyevich, despite his reputation and everything else, couldn't do anything about his army disintegrating around him, the mass desertions. And again, so his army was falling apart. Vittorio Veneto, his army just melted because, again, they were deserting in mass anyway. So we can't really judge his performance there. Just like all the other generals, his army just disappeared. That being said, the Austrian elements of the army did stay loyal, and Bereyevich was able to withdraw them with some semblance of order despite, the chaos around them. So he did a little bit of good work even in that disaster. For the most part, he thought that the emperor's handlers had done a bad job, and he also felt like the emperor was being badly led by his advisors, so he offered to take his remaining troops to Vienna to quell the rising republic and maintain Karl's power, but Karl declined to have that happen. So Bereyevich also is apparently very pro-monarchy and very deeply anti-democratic. So he's willing to just round up and kill all the Republicans.
Yeah. Well, I can see why after the war, he's kind of excised from society, essentially.
Yeah, we're about to get to that. He becomes a pariah. So after the war, he literally became a man without a country. So the place where he was born became a part of Yugoslavia, and he was denied entry there. He only lived until 1920, but during the time after the war, he was still able to produce a memoir. So he was someone who sort of delayed the triumph of nationalism, and that's probably why no nation wanted to claim him, because he was a very outspoken opponent of nationalism. And after the war, nationalism became the thing. And because he had won battles and delayed that, this meant that he had embarrassed the Italians, and they didn't want anything to do with him. And even the ethnicities who had followed him now wanted little to do with him because he had prolonged their suffering in some ways. So he has to be in the running for the top defensive commanders of the war. That being said, it is worth noting that the position he held at the Isonzo was damn near impregnable. On the other hand, his men were not properly drilled. They had very little equipment, and they also could not really drill into their positions in terms of mining equipment. So they actually couldn't enhance their natural positions very much. So that's another thing going against his army that shows off his defensive prowess. I would say the only person who's a better defender would be the Bulgarian general Vladimir Vazov, who managed to defeat the British. But aside from that, Bereyevich is still one of the best generals of the war. That being said, I don't think he really proved himself on the offense as much. But on defense, he was pretty damn good. He's got to be at least an A, and he may be an S. Although if he's an S, he's a pretty weak one, I would say.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd give him an S. I'd put him up in A, definitely.
Yeah.
So that does beg the question. Do you think anyone else here would deserve an S or
No,
deserve the conversation?
no,
Yeah,
no.
yeah. I guess we're not.
I don't think we're gonna give out any S tiers tonight. I mean,
Yeah,
part of being in the S tier is you actually have to win something, and most of these guys really didn't. Even if they did well, it still didn't result in victory.
yeah,
It's
yeah. I
partly
mean,
not
all
their
the A
fault.
tier. I mean, the A tier guys. They have their own victories.
Yeah,
So
they have stuff happening that they accomplished, but it was still very difficult for them to really follow it up and really do something that has a lasting impact on the world.
right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess there's an argument to be made that, as you said, his actions on the Alfonso sort of delayed, you know, the nationalist overturn of the empire.
Right.
Because if he didn't hold the Isonzo, then the Austrians would have just collapsed. Then again, most there's probably more to do with Cadorna's incompetency than
Yeah, I mean that's the question.
military
Like,
brilliance. I feel.
was it that Berevich was a genius or that Cadorna was Cadorna, or both? I mean, I don't
Right.
know.
Yeah. I mean, it could be like a Charles Lorraine versus Frederick the Great sort of situation. It's like you're handing someone like easy victories.
right. I'm gonna do a couple super chats real fast just to get those out of the way. Anthony Laraco, thank you. He says, "Who's worse, Hotzendorf or Cadorna?" I think we answered that. It's
Cadorna.
got to be Cadorna. It's got to be Cadorna, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, at
Panama
least
Chong we already answered. So.
yeah, we answered Panama Chong. Thank you, Panama. Old man from Berlin, $5. He said, "Glad to have you back." Glad to have you back. I remember your username. And then someone I've never seen before, Kurzak82, left us a very generous $50 donation with a graphic of somebody on a rocket flying around and then blowing up. So
Is that supposed to be the Austrian army?
I guess maybe that was like their last big offensive at Piave River. That stood no chance. Big suicide mission. All right. Next up, we have yet another Archduke, and this is Archduke Joseph August of Austria. So he was born in Hungary in 1872, and because he was born in Hungary largely by accident, he was claimed as a Hungarian by the Hungarian side of the dual monarchy. And so, because of that, he would really play into that and, claim himself as a Hungarian. And because of that, his branch of the family became known as the Hungarian Habsburgs. And he would be the guy who would really push that. He's also known for enjoying the finer things in life. He's a bit of a dandy. And his nickname was Archduke Joseph Diamond because he held one of the largest and most famous diamonds in the world. In 1893, he became a grandson-in-law to Franz Joseph, and also son-in-law to Prince Leopold of Germany. So he was very well connected. His military career was with the Dragoons, Hussars, and the Honved, so his ties to the Hungarian side of the empire continued to grow. When the war broke out, he led an invasion of Galicia. So in November 1914, he took command of 7th Corps, and he didn't really do anything special one way or the other. He then helped to hold the Carpathians, which is just about grit, so hard to judge what he did there. But because he's a Habsburg, he got a bunch of decorations for valor, even though he probably did no more, no less than anyone else. He was then transferred to the Isonzo front, where he continued to lead 7th Corps. He was replaced on the same day that Franz Joseph died, November 22nd, 1916. That being said, although Karl wanted to sideline his older relatives because Joseph August was younger, Karl actually wants to push him more. So Joseph August does not have the same kind of standing that he does, so he's a safer guy to push. He's not a drain on Karl's prestige. And he thinks he can make Joseph August a Karl man. So he will continue to be pushed. So from December 1916 until January 1918, he will actually command the army group guarding the frontier of defeated Romania. After Caporetto, he was then sent to Italy and given an army group. He was effectively the junior colleague to Berevich once Eugen and Conrad got sent home. Joseph August temporarily held command over 6th Army, but then got replaced pretty quickly. He became Field Marshal on October 24th, 1918, the same day Vittorio Veneto began. His army group was completely destroyed, of course. Instead of sending his kinsman back to Italy to stabilize the front, Karl instead sent him to Hungary, where his task was to persuade the Hungarians to remain loyal to the crown. Joseph August made efforts to appoint a government that would swear allegiance, but the situation was lost. The former prime minister was assassinated, and eventually things got dangerous enough that, in part to save his own skin, Joseph August sided with the Republicans and then managed to persuade Karl that the throne of Hungary was lost and that he should withdraw his claim. So Karl actually did that. And Karl was the guy who would not give up any claims, remember. He was the guy who was like, I am emperor by the edict of God, and I will not renounce my claims. But he does in the case of Hungary, because Joseph August convinces him to do it. But it turns out Joseph August is playing a game. Because what he wants to do is become the king himself of Hungary. So he escapes to Western Hungary as the purge of all things Habsburg is going on, so he's out of the loop for that. And after all the bloodshed falls away, months of that, he returns to Budapest. And at this point, he appears to be kind of a breath of fresh air. The Romanians are governing the city, and he basically shows up and he tells them, like, hey, I can restore order and bring together the revolutionaries and reactionaries, and as a Habsburg from Hungary, I can be the new face of Hungary. And they think about it, but they ultimately don't do it. And he also claims that his family name is Oxut, not Habsburg, because he, miraculously changed his name while he was in the west of Hungary. Anyway, that doesn't all pan out, but that being said, he remains safe. So he remains safe despite the bloodshed in Hungary, because he's personally well-liked. And he was able to get in and out of Budapest when he needed to, when things got dangerous. In 1944, he temporarily fled to the U.S., because he thought that the Nazis were after him, because they'd arrested one of his cousins. He then returned to Europe after the war, settled in West Germany, and he lived there until his death in 1962 at the age of 89. So what do you think about Archduke Joseph August, or Joseph Diamond, as I prefer to think of him?
Joseph Diamond. Well, his post-war machinations are certainly fucking interesting, but as commander, yeah, I'll leave that to you. Honestly, I can't really make a judgment on calling that.
I say he's a D. I mean, he does nothing special. I don't see any evidence he does anything particularly well, but he also doesn't really screw anything up.
Yeah.
Now, like I think you said, his politics are way more interesting than his military career. No contest. All right. Now we have yet another Archduke. It's almost as if your last name is Habsburg and you were an adult male. You got way more rank than you deserved.
Okay.
So anyway, now we're going to talk about Joseph Ferdinand of Austria. We talked about him a little earlier in his effort to work with von Augustenberg and how he effectively, by withdrawing, got von Augustenberg fired. Anyway, he was born in 1872, much like Joseph August, but Joseph Ferdinand, or JF as we'll call him, was about 6 months older. He was the youngest son of his family. His father was the last Grand Duke of Tuscany, a title that he would eventually have to cede to Franz Joseph. So the Grand Duke of Tuscany title fell away. JF became the heir apparent after his elder brother became enmeshed in too many scandals. He went to the Teresian Academy. He fought in joined some elite Jager units early in his career. That being said, he was a fairly unserious military man. He kind of just enjoyed the pageantry of it and the adventure, but he was not the kind of guy like Eugen who's actually going to take this seriously. That being said, there is one positive attribute that he has. He was very serious about aviation. And he also was a serious hunter. So most of his time in, quote, service was him taking vacations to either look at airplanes or go hunting. Which I find kind of funny. Anyway, that being said, when I say aviation, I want to emphasize it was not aircraft he was interested in, but rather balloons.
Oh, you almost had my hopes up that this is gonna be the guy that's gonna start organizing the Austrian Air Force,
Well, it's
so
funny
to
you
speak.
say that. He actually is.
Oh,
It doesn't go that well, but he tries. Anyway, because of his obsession with ballooning, he was not seen as an intellectually serious person. And he's not talking. We're not talking about zeppelins. We're talking about like fucking regular balloons, like you go on a joyride in to see the
yeah.
city. You know.
I mean, balloons did in World War One. They did have their use.
Oh yeah.
Mainly as like anti-air, screens.
Or artillery spotting, or any number of
Yeah, and
things.
all that as well. Yeah.
But I mean, this guy's like, no, balloons are the future, guys. This is where it's at. Um, so because he's a little bit older than Joseph Auguste, he got a corps command from the war's outset, whereas Joseph Auguste had to be content with a mere division. Um, so his 14th Corps was a part of the Third Army under Brudermann. It got thoroughly shredded by the Russians. Fourth Army under Ausenberg was also reduced, and then JF succeeded Brudermann. No, wait, sorry. JF took up the Fourth Army when von Ausenberg was relieved and kicked out. Now, so up to this point, he'd commanded the Corps, done nothing of note, and then got promoted to Army Command just for being a Habsburg. So both the battles he'd been involved with were complete disasters. His Corps was wrecked, his Third Army was wrecked, and now he had the Fourth Army. He remained in command of the Fourth Army all the way until June 1916, when his army, along with First Army, was completely fucking demolished by the Brusilov offensive. His performance was poor. Granted, the whole army did badly, but his performance was especially bad. Many men deserted. The Germans then demanded that he be fired. They're like, we don't give a shit that he's a Habsburg. He's gone. There's no way we're working with this guy. Yeah, it's like one of those rare moments where you can look at the Germans and say that's a reasonable request. So he was retired, but Karl liked him. So when he came to the throne, he said, JF, I want you to be one of my advisors on active duty. All of his advisors said, no, this man is an idiot. Do not promote him to anything. But Karl said, Joseph Ferdinand, you're now the Inspector General of the Imperial Air Force. That being said, because of how small this was, how it had no resources, and because the Italians and Russians also weren't very good didn't have very good air arms, this was an area where JF could be in power without doing anything that could harm anything. So, despite his strong interest in aviation, one engineer who met him described him as pompous and ignorant, since he did not know that the four-cylinder engine had 2 extra cylinders in reserve.
Oh God! This is the story you were talking about? Oh shit!
Yeah, so like this guy he acts like he's an expert on everything, but he actually doesn't know anything about planes. Yeah. But of course, because they have like 12, because they have such a small air force, it doesn't really make a big difference, and people just kind of ignore him.
My hopes were up like slightly. I said this before. My hopes were up when you said, "Oh, he had an interest in aviation." It's like, oh, so there may have been a role that he would have been good at. And you say, "Oh, he's made Inspector General of the Air Force." Oh, so he's put in a job that he has some interest in. Oh, fuck, he has no idea what he's doing.
Yeah. The thing is, though, I mean, it is a place where he can't do that much damage, just because it's just not an important part of their war effort. You know. It's kind of like being the commander of, I don't know, the Space Force. It's like, what damage can you do right now as a Space Force commander?
Okay. For that alone, I want to put him in Zeta cheer for just the sheer entertainment value. But,
yeah, think about
it. I think. Well, is there anything else?
Well,
him,
a few other notes on him. He had an interesting post-war career. So he actually doesn't get married for the first time until after the war, when he was just about 50. He got married for the first time to a commoner, actually, 1921. They got divorced in 1928 with no children. He remarried in 1929. He did have children with this wife, and he actually has a living granddaughter in England today. In 1938, he was arrested by the Gestapo and sent to Dachau for 3 months. Up to that point, he had actually been pretty healthy, but his stay at Dachau broke his health, and then in 1942 he passed away in Vienna at the age of 70. So actually, it's a pretty sad ending. Yeah, I wish for his sake he could have died in 1937.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, so I
God,
guess
this man was a fucking roller coaster. I mean, he's not like real Van Dorn or like Gadorna level crazy, but like
he's kind of a derisible figure who likes dirigibles. Anyway, yeah, he's kind of a joke. I mean, he's clearly Ohm tier, but he's a
yeah,
fun Ohm tier.
yeah. I will say, like, besides Franz Joseph, I think the other two Ulm tiers we've got, including JF. I mean, Pontioric's kind of a fucking wacko himself, it seems.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, think about like I don't know what your family's like, of course, but I mean just think about if all the senior military commanders for a major war had to be chosen from the adult males of your family. I mean, obviously some of them are going to be woefully inept. Uh,
Yeah.
and some of them, because of age, will automatically be bad. But
You know,
anyway,
I'm honestly shocked we actually put one of these Habsburg guys in the A tier with Eugen.
well,
That at
yeah,
least one of these guys was like above mediocrity.
well, yeah.
That's
One of them
impressive.
actually like went to war college and took it seriously. The other
Yeah,
ones are like, well, because of my Habsburg heritage, obviously I'm militarily competent. I mean,
yeah,
you know,
yeah. I doubt I'll have the same opinion when we get to like the Russians and the Germans. Well, maybe except for well, at least outside the king the imperial line at least.
yeah. I mean, because from what
There's
I
some other
understand,
good rules.
I haven't looked that deeply into the Russians yet, but from what I understand, Grand Duke Nikolai was actually pretty knowledgeable, and a lot of his failures were due to communication issues with his commanders.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
The big part of the problem was the bright idea to put Samsonov and Renenkov and have them work together in East Prussia.
yeah, they
Whoever
hated
thought
each
that
other.
was a great idea was whoever came up with that command arrangement that deserves F tier, no matter what other achievements they have.
Yeah, and I agree. That was a huge failure on their part to put those
Yeah.
two guys working together. And both of them also deserve F tier. Spoilers for whenever we get to
Oh
Russia.
yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah. Dear God.
yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the Russians. There's so many of them that's probably a two-parter at
Oh
least.
yeah. Yeah. The Russian one's gonna be fucking wild to watch. Just because, like, there's going to be a lot of F tiers, but I imagine there's going to be a lot in A tier and maybe a few S tiers.
Yeah. So I mean, the thing about Russia that's really interesting in the war is that when they face the Austrians, they're damn near unbeatable. When they face the Germans, they almost can't do anything. So it's a
Yeah.
very wild fluctuation of performance depending on who they're fighting, and that also shows you the massive difference in quality between the German army and the Austro-Hungarian army. Just how they perform against the Russians. I mean, that's a pretty good metric to judge it by. But our next commander is Friedrich von Beck Rizikowski. So he is effectively one of the grand old men of the army. And he distinguished himself in the Italian Wars of Independence by fighting, of course, on the anti independence side. And he also had become one of Franz Joseph's best friends back in the 1860s and 70s. And he was usually the emperor's liaison to the more senior generals. So he had been chief of staff all the way back in 1881 until he retired in 1906, which is a super unusual period of time to control the army. So a lot of the blame for the poor preparation of the war effort has to fall on his shoulders, but he was retired when the war actually broke out, of course. He was born in 1830, so because of his extreme old age, he did not come out of retirement for the army. That being said, because the emperor still liked him, he was given the rank of colonel general, not field marshal, but he did make colonel general, despite being retired already, and he lived until 1920. So, do we want to rank him or just?
As you said, considering the amount of time he was in command, like
between the formation of the dual monarchy and the start of World War One. Yeah, I'd say F tier, but then again, what the heck did he do during the war? What you said he was
Read
like
the
a
newspaper.
liaison. Did he actually serve as
Well,
like
that was
a
back when he was still in service.
yeah?
By this point, he
So
was basically reading his paper, watching the army he had helped build get crushed. Uh,
I
I think he actually is deserving of the Ulm tier just because of how long he was in charge,
yeah
and also he had the emperor's ear and wasn't able to persuade him to do anything productive. So,
right.
um, you know, all right. And the only reason I knew about him is because he made Colonel General. By the way, otherwise I
Oh
probably
yeah,
would not have known about his existence.
yeah. I'm
Next,
guessing you were looking through like a list of these guys in that case
yeah, that's
of
actually
this
how
guy.
my main methodology for finding them at first, and some of them just kind of emerged later. Because in English, there's actually not a ton on these guys. I did find two books that I looked
Oh,
at. One was on the army, another one was on. Well, some of them were more general surveys of what happened to the empire during the war, and then there's one on the army, and then another one on one of the campaigns. Anyway, there's not a whole hell of a lot to choose from.
yeah,
And most of the studies are not about these minor figures, but they focus heavily on Conrad and the Emperor. Anyway,
yeah, and like the
um,
big picture stuff. Yeah, that makes sense.
here's another minor one that won't take long. That's Edward Parr, Paar. He's another good old friend of Franz Joseph. He was born in 1837. And while he was technically in the army, almost his entire career was being a professional friend to the Emperor. No, I'm not kidding. That was his career. He served as the Emperor's military adjutant for many years, including the entirety of World War One, despite being well past the maximum age for military service. Effectively, he was the guy who handed telegraphs to the Emperor and greeted people at the door and hung out with the Emperor on a daily basis. So he's the guy who informed the Emperor about Franz Ferdinand's death. He also wrote a bunch of information about Franz Joseph and his court life. He was very much a big fanboy of the Emperor and really praised him to the high heaven. He also was the guy who promoted the idea that Franz Joseph was this man of great character and sensitivity. He made Colonel General in February 1916, so he's one of the first, even though, again, he didn't do anything militarily at this point. And he only retired when Franz Joseph died. He left court pretty early when Karl took over, and unlike Conrad and some of the others, he was content to retire at that point, so he didn't ask for a field command or anything. He just went home and enjoyed his retirement, wrote his memoirs.
Mm.
Apparently, had asked to retire multiple times already, but Franz Joseph said no. He's like, "Well, I'm not retiring, so you can't retire either. I thought you were my friend." He's like, "Okay, God damn it, I'll stay on." So, anyway, the rare military man who's like, "Yes, I want to retire. Get me out of here."
Honestly, for that, I'd say C tier.
Yeah.
Otherwise, but
Um,
honestly, like I'm not sure if I could rank this guy. Then again, we re-ranked Beck. It's like, yeah, I'd say give him C tier in that case.
yeah,
Unless there's a,
I guess he provided good companionship. So
yeah,
yeah,
Link's on the same level as. I honestly forgot the name of that arch
uh,
BBC we already have.
Friedrich.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Friedrich.
So I mean,
The guy who.
the guy who shook hands.
Yeah, the guy who shook hands, basically.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the thing is with Parr, I mean, he is inadvertently, even though he did not intend for this to be the case, a lot of how we know that Franz Joseph was flamingly incompetent is because of what Parr wrote about him, even though Parr intended it to be praise.
Yeah.
Anyway, because he talked about Franz Joseph getting all teary-eyed when somebody shot a deer. So he's like, "What a sensitive, thoughtful man." Like, why are you recording this? This should be embarrassing. Why are you recording this about your friend, man? Just let that one go. Let that memory die with you if you're trying to protect the man's legacy. And that's also the best thing you can say about a guy who was an emperor for 70 years. I mean, holy fuck.
Yeah, you can't talk about all his like diplomatic or military accomplishments. No, you talk about him crying over fucking.
Yeah, that's what I would do. It's like, well,
Oh God.
well,
Oh
what
God.
good can you say about your best friend, the king? Well, he had emotions.
All right. While
um,
we're on like Franz Joseph and like hunting and stuff, I recall vaguely this story that on one of his visits, Kaiser Wilhelm II was talking with I believe it was Franz Joseph and Franz Ferdinand uh, about how much he loved Austria, and he said, I love it. I love this place so much that when your empire collapses, I will be so happy to annex Austria to my empire, or something ridiculous like that.
yeah, sounds like
Just
Wilhelm. Also, to be fair, I don't think Wilhelm is all that much better than Karl or Franz Joseph.
uh, yeah, I think he's certainly above Victor Emmanuel, but I barely.
Yeah, I mean, Victor
Yeah.
Emmanuel was actually now I think about it, yeah, Victor Emmanuel was the shittiest. I think earlier I might have said that Franz Joseph was worse, but that's wrong. Victor
Yeah,
Emmanuel is
yeah.
definitely
Any
worse.
man who could keep the stupidest, the worst general in human history, in basically a position of military dictatorship entirely by your hand.
Yeah, and at least with Franz
Yeah.
Joseph,
That's a permanent F to your entire career, no matter what.
at least with Franz Joseph, even though I don't think it's a good enough excuse, at least he can use the excuse of old age. Like, well, his
Yeah,
judgment might have been impaired because he was old and his health was failing, but Victor Emmanuel was still alive decades later, so he must have been fine.
yeah,
So yeah, you're right. Victor Emmanuel is the bottom of the barrel.
yeah.
Um,
Would you say Victor Emmanuel would be worse than Tsar Nicholas?
yes, easily. I mean,
Oh yeah,
Nicholas is also pretty bad though.
we're talking about these late period monarchs. A
Well,
lot of scumbags.
I mean, like I said at the outset in my introduction, I mean, I think one of the accomplishments of World War One was to show how silly monarchy and nobility was, because most of the people who had built their names and reputation on their name really got exposed
Yeah.
and completely uh, deflated by the war. So our next general here is Arthur von Bolfus, and his family hailed from northern Germany, but they decided to go south because they had a long history of service with the Habsburgs, and perhaps they thought, well, because there's so little talent down there, maybe we'll have a better chance of making senior command. One member of the Bolfus family, probably the father or grandfather of Arthur, was ennobled in 1824 because he had served the empire, and his name when he was ennobled was von Annenberg. This von Bolfus, however, who I assume must be a maternal grandson of von Annenberg, was born in 1838, and so he was about 15 years older than the average commander of high rank for the empire during the war. So he's an older guy, older even than Conrad by a bit, actually by 15 years or so. However, he did have an advantage in that he actually had combat experience because he came into service while the Austrians were still engaged fighting against the Italians, and so he had fought multiple battles in the 1860s. He was on the general staff in 1866. He had headed the military chancellery in 1889. He was adjutant general to Franz Joseph, and he held that post until he retired in early 1917. So he would retire. He would advise the emperor on who to promote. So he is largely responsible for determining which men were in positions of power during the war. So most of the guys who were in positions to command an army were there because von Bolfus had looked at them and said, that guy's good enough. He was also known for having a very sharp mind, being a keen judge of character, and also being an impeccable dresser. Franz Ferdinand didn't like him, though. He thought that the guy sucked and said that he had made many personnel mistakes. In 1904, he was ennobled in his own right, and so he dropped the von Annenberg name and became von Bolfus. So I was wrong about what I said earlier. Forget what I said earlier. Despite his long service and position in the belly of the beast, he only became colonel general in 1916. And then in 1917, he retired after he requested that Karl let him go. He got a permanent seat in the upper house of parliament. He then resided in Austria, but not in Vienna, and lived until 1922. So again, another guy who's the hero because of his rank. Any thoughts on von Bolfus?
Hmm. Well, his main role was basically overseeing command positions at the start of the war. That is one heck of a mixed bag, to say the least. You get von Comero at the beginning, but then you get guys like Frank and there's plenty of other guys we haven't gone to yet. I know of, but I'm not. I doubt they were any better than that.
Yeah, I
So
mean, to say the least, his personnel decisions. I wouldn't say he was bad at it, but he also wasn't good. I mean, he did select some guys who ended up being
yeah,
talented, but he also selected some turds
yeah,
like Podiorik.
yeah. I mean, think about it. Similar situation for like the German Empire, where a lot of the guys they had like initially, like what was it, Prittwitz, von Pluk, von Bülow, Hausen. Like a lot of those guys just sucked at the start of the war, especially.
Yeah, what really is terrible though, if you're a professional soldier and you've been serving for 30 years, your country goes to war. Um, so you have to be pretty much either extremely lucky and well connected or excellent your entire career. And then it might turn out that you suck at commanding an army. So for a few months you're in command, you suck at it, and that's the only thing anybody will ever remember.
Yeah, like deal with what was it, Irwin McDowell? Yeah, situation like him. Then again, he got more chances in the future as a corps commander, and he sucked then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, so I would say this guy's another C. I feel like our C tier has been for guys who had somewhat nominal roles that they did
yeah,
well enough, but not
yeah.
really
I'd
anything.
say C tier. Honestly, I don't think there's any strong cases against it.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess to be fair, every army made mistakes like this. It's not exactly as if his promotion, probably early on, of Conrad and some of these other guys was some sort of special failure of judgment. Um,
Yeah, no.
all right, so our next big general here will be Friedrich von Georgi. Von Georgi was born in 1852 in Prague. One thing I have to note is that I'm not 100% sure about the ethnicity of many of these soldiers, because many of them may have been born in parts of the empire, but if their fathers were officers, they could be from a different area ancestrally.
Yeah,
And
wait.
again,
How the heck is Georgie spelled? Is that like
uh, G
Gorg? Is it
G E
like
O R G I.
oh? I thought it was like because I know there was like Gorgai, like Gorgi. I know it was like Hungarian.
Yeah, it's not like that. This one, I think this guy's probably more Austrian, but I don't know for certain. And also, to be fair, a lot of that sort of national identity stuff wasn't super important to this group of men because, again, they were very much into the imperial model. So they
Yeah,
don't really go to great, except for some of the guys who, but except for a handful of them, most of them don't emphasize their national identity. But I think, to
yeah,
be fair, most of these guys are just Austrian, at
yeah.
least in the high command. Anyway, von Georgi was the son of an imperial colonel. His family had originally lived in Germany and then migrated south, so like one of the other guys we looked at. He married in 1877. He had 4 kids, only 2 of whom reached adulthood. So that was actually not super common by the 19th century. Usually, infancy mortality had gone down quite a bit, so he was pretty unlucky. He also married at the age of 25, which was much younger than most of these other officers, who, because of their careers, would wait until they're about 40 to get married. So a little unusual, because his family came from Germany and because he married much younger than his peers. In 1882, von Georgi saw some action during the Herzegovina revolt, and so he's one of the handful of guys who had actual combat experience. In 1907, he was appointed Minister of War for just Austria, so not for the whole empire, but just Austria, and he proved to be a very good administrator. That being said, exactly what he did so well is far from clear to me, given how badly the Landwehr actually performed during the war. So maybe he was just really good at talking up what he did, or writing reports about himself. I don't know. Either that, or there was just so much to be done that his work was not nearly sufficient. Hard to say,
Yeah.
actually. Von Giorgi was very eager to get a command in 1914, but the powers that be liked him in administrative post, so he was kept with the Landwehr until 1917. He made Colonel General in recognition of his long service, rather than any one success. And because his authority was very much confined to the Austrian side of the army, it means that if he did have some great administrative genius, like is being claimed, it largely went to waste, because again, he would need to be the imperial head of the army in order to really make a big difference. But in effect, he's commanding the National Guard, and he's not in the field at all. And between both the limitations of his authority and the lack of resources, all of his supposedly good ideas are null and void. So what do you think about Von Giorgi?
All right, I feel forced at this point to actually like put him on the list. Part of me wants to like put him as like unrated, but you know, considering a lot of other guys on here probably deserve an unrated mark more than he does. Well, you said that his job was administering to the Austrian portion of the military, the
Right.
Landwehr, and you also and the fact that you know the Landwehr was dog shit. So does that rub off on him? I guess it should. So I guess E tier or F tier.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd be more inclined to go with E because he was held back by circumstances and by the lack of resources. Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, again, part of the reason I cover some of these minor figures who didn't actually do that much is largely because I think you can see a lot of the priorities of the home government when you look at who made Field Marshal and Colonel General. I think that tells you a lot about where the priorities were for the government. So that's why I cover some of these guys who might not necessarily be heavy hitters, but had that rank. Now we're going to get into somebody who did do some stuff. So the lull in the action is over. We're back to war. And our next guy is Karl von Flanzer-Balten. So he was born in Hungary in 1855, and I believe he is Hungarian. He was a cavalryman. He became general of the cavalry from 1912, and it was clear that he was going to be in high command by 1914. However, when the war broke out, he was experiencing a bout of ill health, so he ended up being unassigned during the initial deployments in 1914. That being said, he recovered, and as the specter of a Romanian attack became more likely, he was assigned to be the commander of the defense of Transylvania in the fall of 1914. He raised forces and redeployed to the Carpathians in 1915, where he helped to repulse a Russian attack, so he became a hero on that campaign. He made Colonel General in 1916, and he commanded the 7th Army. Like many of his colleagues, he was relieved after the Brusilov offensive because he got routed. But unlike most of them, he actually got recalled and reassigned. So in 1917, he was called back to the colors. He became Inspector of Infantry, and then he took over as the theater commander in occupied Albania. Here he took over the imperial forces in Albania, and he won the final field victories of Austria-Hungary's history in late summer of 1918 by recapturing a couple cities right before Desperi's final offensive out of Macedonia. Interestingly, Karl did not give him a field marshal's baton for these victories, even though the official criteria for being a field marshal required a major victory to the capture of a major city or fortress. He captured 2 cities and got nothing for it. Flanzer-Balten was not an Archduke Joseph Ferdinand. He resided in Vienna until his death in 1925. What do you think about Flanzer-Balten?
I mean, I get the feeling he should go in A. Part of me wants to put him down for Brusilov, though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But then again, how much could you say all the generals that were arrayed against the Brusilov offensive had their armies collapse? How much was that their fault compared to the state of the Austrian army or the or Brusilov's like preparations and whatnot?
I mean, I'd give the generals maybe like 20% of the fault.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think like you said, most of it is the state of the army and then Brusilov being a good general and good planner and a tactical innovator.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell, too, because I know historically the Austrians were usually known for having really good scouting and light cavalry. I think that was no longer the case by this point. I don't get the
Yeah.
impression that they were any good at scouting whatsoever.
Yeah, I presume due to losses earlier in the war, that's the case.
Also, all their mountain troops were destroyed in 1914 fighting the Russians. So Bereyevich and the Tyrol front were without the elite mountain troop units that they had prior to the war. So can you imagine if those units had survived to fight the Italians? So all the
Yeah,
guys that were deployed to fight the Italians were guys who didn't know the first thing about fighting in the mountains.
Christ.
Yeah. Anyway, so Flanzer Bolton for me, I think he's a solid B. I mean, he did his job pretty well, but
Yeah, I mean,
overwhelmed by
considering
superior forces.
considering has actual victories, I want to put him in an A.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. I mean, yeah, I mean, and again, like I think in a way it is a little hard to tell how good some of the good generals actually were, just because they never had a real chance of winning against, say, the French army or in the Balkans or the Russian army in the East. So we kind of have to grade on a curve, and we're really more guessing than anything else.
Yeah,
Um, all right, so our next general is Victor Dunkel von Krosnick. He was born in Lombardy in 1854, and of course, this would be lost after the Italians conquered the area in 1866. Dunkel grew up attending a German language school in Trieste, which of course would later be the main target of Cadorna. The reason why he was trying to punch through the Isonzo was to capture Trieste. Krosnick's father was a captain in the Imperial Army. Dunkel went on to join the Dragoons initially, but then went on to be an infantryman. That being said, even though most of his career was actually in the infantry, because he was initially a dragoon, when he was promoted, he became general of the cavalry. And that was right before the war broke out. In peacetime, he was the commander of 14th Corps, but right before the fighting began, he was given 1st Army instead. Donkel is sometimes considered to be among the best offensive commanders in the Austro-Hungarian army. So, along with 4th Army, he advanced against the Russian-controlled holding in Poland. He fought and won one of the earliest battles of the war, which was a 3-day affair, and it was at Krosnick. So when he became ennobled, he was named von Krosnick to honor this victory, and this made him a national hero overnight. The campaign went poorly after that because his army and Ausenberg's army were then forced back with heavy losses. We talked about that already. Both of them had similar campaigns with an initial victory followed up by failure, but all the blame went to von Ausenberg because Conrad didn't like him, whereas Donkel was still held in high regard. During the defense of the Carpathians in the winter of 1914-15, Donkel's army was held in reserve and rebuilt. Then, the next year, during the Gorlice-Tarnow offensive, he once again had some early successes before he was stopped at the Battle of Opatow in early May. And a lot of that, again, is because his army had very limited logistics. At that point, he handed over command to Lauterbach and then went to Italy. He commanded in the Tyrol, and he was eventually given control of the 11th Army before Trentino. He played the lead role in this offensive, so he was the point man during the Trentino offensive, and he secured the initial breakthrough to be exploited by 3rd Army. He broke through 2 lines, but he didn't have enough artillery to take the 3rd. And not only did this give the Italians time to try to dress their lines, but while he was building up for this renewed attack, that's when the Brusilov offensive happened and Conrad ended the operation. But because Donkel had delayed his attack to wait for more artillery, he was blamed by both Archduke Eugen and Conrad for the overall failure of the offensive, which I think is not fair. Anyway, Donkel was also suffering from some health issues by this time. I think it was, I don't know what it was, but anyway, he actually did have health issues, and he resigned rather than debate his performance. So he resigned in a huff. He had a surgery, he had a goiter removed, and then by early 1917 he was in good health again. And he reported to Vienna, he's like, hey, I'm ready for duty. You can send me. I'm ready. And they said, nah, we're good. So by early 1917, even though his health was back, his career was over. And he never got another command. Conrad died in 1925. Donkel then became the head of the Maria Theresa Order. And he was the one who was honoring Austro-Hungarian veterans who had not been honored during the war. So he was handing out medals. He was very enthusiastic about that, and he used this not only to defend his own performance, but also to defend the Imperial Army in general and the Habsburg Empire. So he was basically a PR guy for a dead empire. He's sort of like the first pretender for the Habsburgs. He became known as a very strict monarchist, and he argued vigorously for the restoration of the monarchy in the empire. So he was basically a laughingstock for most normal people, but he did have his friends in the army, of course, so he was probably happy. He was very critical of the Nazis in both Austria and Germany, unlike many of these guys. He opposed the Anschluss, but despite the fact that he opposed it pretty vocally, he was not rounded up, probably because he was super old, and it would have looked bad. When he died in 1941, just 3 days after his beloved wife, he got a quiet funeral because Hitler instructed the Wehrmacht not to allow a vocal critic to receive fanfare. So this is a guy who would have had a big funeral in Vienna, but Hitler made sure that it was a very quiet, somber affair. Dunkel's successes on the offensive were probably the best of any Austro-Hungarian general. And what it shows us is that if we look at how modest his successes were, that's the state of this army. Because this is about as good as those attacks get, and they still don't really go very far. So all breakthroughs were shallow and unsustained. So what do you think about Dunkel von Krosnick?
Yeah, I have to say A tier. Honestly, I feel like the A tier is going to get stacked. That kind of feels wrong, all things considered. Because, considering we're talking about the Austrians right now.
Right, but I mean, the thing is, it's about to get worse, one, and then two, I mean,
we probably got through all the good ones.
Just because the army sucked doesn't necessarily mean the commanders sucked. Just like you can have a good army with crap commanders. And some of these guys, and again, partly it's because we're grading on a curve, just because it's very hard to blame people. You had a much crappier army and you lost. It's kind of like saying a coach sucks because his JV team got defeated by an NBA team.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's the case.
Yeah. All right. Our next general is Karl Terzanski von Nadas, who is Slovakian. And I know I did not pronounce that second name right, so we'll just go with von Nadas. He was born in 1854 in Slovakia. He grew up in the Hungarian side of the empire, and he's one of the more colorful personalities among the officers at the time. So unlike a lot of the people we have studied and will study, most of these guys are relatively normal/functional. This is one of the few colorful figures. Anyway, he graduated from the War Academy in 1877. He joined the Dragoons. He attended War College, and then he joined the General Staff. Once he made General Staff, he had the chance to hobnob with the power brokers of the Empire, and took advantage, although his personality meant that he often got into trouble, but also he was really good at making friends. So he became somebody that people loved or hated. Von Nadas had a very short temper and often lost his shit at people, but he also had charisma, and generally he was regarded as capable, usually getting praised by his superiors. When the war began, he was in Corps Command as a part of the Second Army, and it was seriously engaged in Galicia, a campaign where pretty much everything went to shit from the beginning. After the shredding of the whole army from the Russians, he became commander of a provisional army group before he was permanently reassigned to 3rd Army in Serbia. In this capacity, he was part of that successful overrun of Serbia, along with the German forces and the other Habsburg forces. Late in 1915, he was relieved after he got into a feud with the Hungarian Prime Minister. By the way, I don't remember the Hungarian Prime Minister's name, but that guy got into a lot of feuds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got into a
He's,
lot of feuds. Anyway, so this is one of those instances where the whole empire is being held hostage because of the Hungarian elite once again. So he remained unassigned all the way until the summer of 1916, when, after Brusilov, he was promoted to Colonel General and then given Fourth Army. And this is because the Germans under von Linsingen had relieved Joseph Ferdinand. So after the Goat himself was relieved, this led to von Nadas coming back into command. In 1917, he once again had a big flare-up with von Linsingen because of his temper, and he got fired. That being said, he quickly got another command, the Third Army, but this was for a short tenure, and partly this is because the Third Army was the primary target of the Kerensky offensive, and as he's getting pushed back, Max Hoffman decided to fire him in favor of Kretek, who was a more palatable option. So after that point, von Nadas was confined to ceremonial duties. He retired in 1918 to Vienna, and then died in 1921 at the age of 66. So what do you think about von Nadas?
mm, yeah. Yeah, I'd say C, but actually, it's a hard one to say, honestly.
Yeah, I'm thinking C or D. I'm not entirely
Yeah.
sure.
You know what? Given, he gets blasted during the Kornilov offensive, I'd say D.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, was the rest of the Austrian army getting like blown out of the water during the Kornilov offensive? Because I always
yes,
heard of that
yes.
being a
Well, this was the Kerensky offensive that he got destroyed in. But
the
pretty
Kerensky.
much
Yeah,
all the major Russian offensives were against the Austrians and shredded everything they encountered.
yeah, yeah. I always heard of the Kerensky offensive being like a fail, like general failure, like
That one might
minimal
have failed.
successes here, but
Yeah, you might be right. But then again, it's possible that in general he had things under control, but his forces were being pushed back. Because most of these offensives, even the ones that were flaming failures, at first they would succeed until they usually overrun at least one line before things fell apart. Um, but anyway, it could be that Hoffman was just looking for an excuse to get rid of him because again he was
yeah.
not liked by the Germans, and partly it's because he's Slovakian. Next up, we have Paul Puhalo von Berlig. He's a Croatian. Puhalo was a second generation officer, and he was following in the footsteps of his father Michael, who had died recently in 1913. Puhalo was born in 1856, and most of his education and training came at academies in the Hungarian half of the empire. While he was serving as chief of staff of a brigade and at the division level, his superiors recognized that he was a really good instructor, so he spent a lot of time after that at the War College. So a lot of his experience was actually as a teacher. In late 1906, he actually became the commandant of the War College, and he improved the curriculum in a number of ways. In late 1913, he made general of the artillery, despite all of his previous assignments actually being in the infantry. So normally, you're promoted with whatever branch you're officially assigned to, but he was kind of given one at random. Perhaps they didn't have enough generals of the artillery. I don't know. And this could also be that because he was known as one of the thinkers in the army, and they were trying to build up the artillery at the last minute, maybe they wanted to transfer one of their better guys over there to boost the prestige. So I don't know what it would be.
Yeah, probably that.
Yeah. Anyway, his Fifth Corps that he commanded since 1912 was given a Honved division and then sent in as part of von Donkel's First Army in Galicia. He was in a couple of major actions. Fifth Corps then went to the Third Army in the Carpathians, and so he became a part of a failed relief effort at Przemysl in early 1915. In May, Puhala was promoted to command Third Army under the general direction of German General August von Mackensen, or Mackensen, I don't know how you say his name, and Puhalo played a major role in the summer offensive. Puhalo's Third Army recaptured Przemysl and did really well. The offensive led to a reorganization of Imperial troops, which led to the disbanding of Third Army and Puhala was then selected to replace von Dunkel as First Army commander. The front was stabilized in 1915, and Puhala's army was passed between the army groups, first in the all Austro-Hungarian group Bom Ermoli, and then he was sent to be under the German von Linsingen's army group on the Bug River. He made colonel general in 1916. The Brusilov offensive in June hit. His troops did really badly and were routed. High command blamed him, and he was relieved. So for a year or more, he was in reserve. All of his requests for commands were unanswered, but then in April 1917, he received high honors and was made a baron in Hungary. And this seems to have been a part of an attempt by Karl to soften the coming blow, because he was actually formally dismissed from the service on May 1st, 1917. So Brusilov ended his career. After the war and the dissolution of the empire, he tried to live in the new Yugoslav kingdom, which I guess technically was called the Kingdom of the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes until 1929 when it became Yugoslavia. But he was unable to make a living because he had a very small state pension. And after a few years, he went to Vienna to be with his former colleagues, and he largely lived off of charity, so he's one of those really poor officers. He died in 1926 after he had a major surgery and didn't recover. He was buried in Linz, and many of his former colleagues attended the funeral. So what do you think of Puhalo and his sad ending?
Yeah. I mean, besides the sad ending, I don't think there's much to him, personally. I'll let you rank him.
All right, so I'm thinking he's about a D. He's about like the guy before him.
Yeah, D works. Yeah.
I mean, I guess if he had more time for his reforms, the curriculum to have some effect, then maybe he could be a little higher. But there's no way his reforms made that bunch of an impact. All right, now we have, I think, the last Archduke. I could be wrong. I think there's either one or two more Archdukes. I guess we'll find out as we go along. This is Archduke Leopold Salvator of Austria. He was born in 1863 in what would later become Czech territory, and he probably played the smallest role of any Archduke. So he married a woman named Infanta Blanca, who was the daughter of the Carlist pretender to the Spanish throne in 1889, and at one point he actually considered getting into Spanish politics, but that never happened. Around 1900 he had 2 division commands, but for the most part he seems to have been pretty lax about his military career, so he's not the kind of guy who took it all that seriously. He became Inspector of Artillery in 1907, and he held that position actually until nearly the end of the war. He was not ambitious. He sought no field commands. So he's not one of those guys pestering the Emperor or Joseph or Conrad for a field command. He was just content to go along. He made Colonel General in 1916. After the war, he renounced his royal status and opened a grocery store in downtown Vienna, which really pissed off his relatives who disowned him. He died in 1931. So what do you think of this Archduke?
So wait, what did he do during the war?
He was the Inspector of Artillery, and that's it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, how well did the artillery do during the war? The Austrian artillery. I remember you saying...
Badly.
Oh. Right.
Actually, I mean, there were instances where they had little moments of success, and they had one good weapon, but a lot of those were appropriated by the Germans, and then they took them over and added them to gave them the German crews.
Yeah.
But for the most part, the Austrian artillery sucked.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I'd say E then.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it depends on how long he was in, like how far back before the war he was in command of the artillery.
1907.
Yeah, would that have been a good enough, long enough time to re-equip the
although it didn't start getting funded until about 1912 or 13. So
right.
Actually, late 1913 is when they passed the bill to spend a bunch of money on rearmament. So they were really not focused on the artillery.
Yeah, did he at all advocate for, that funding, earlier on?
I feel like he just liked to wear a uniform and do parades. I feel like this guy didn't give a fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I do have to respect him though for renouncing his title and just open up a grocery store.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Like, well, I used to be a potential like emergency in line for inheriting a bunch of like mansions and shit. I'm gonna open up a grocery store now.
Yeah, all his other relatives are like, you must uphold your dignity as a Habsburg and refrain from vulgar labor and be a pretender. And he's like, I just want to open Austrian Food Lion.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I watched my countrymen starve to death. No.
yeah, so I mean, he's just like, yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna be a grocer. I don't care. It's kind of funny. I'll give him some points for personality.
I now imagine a fucking TV show based on this guy.
It sounds it'd probably be a lot like Bob's
Like
Burgers.
a really shitty sitcom.
Yeah, it's like after the war when he's like, well, cousin Countess Matilda will be visiting. What will she think, father, of you being a grocer now? Don't care.
Yeah, honestly, I'd fucking watch this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd say bump him up to D tier just for that.
Yeah, I guess he didn't really.
I kid.
Yeah,
no,
he's
just keep me.
all right. Our next general is Karl von Kirchbach, Alf Lauterbach.
I love these German titular details. Like, what the fuck is Alf supposed to be?
Well, yeah, and a lot of them, as we mentioned, I mean, they pick up these titles over the course of their careers. So most of the time, they didn't enter service with these titles. So he had a younger brother named Johann, and both of them decided to enter service and follow his father's footsteps. They both became senior officers. His father had been a lieutenant field marshal or feldmarschall lieutenant, which at one point was the second highest rank. Actually, it might have been the highest rank, and then they added the general of the infantry, artillery, and cavalry ranks. And then, of course, during the war, they had colonel, general, and field marshal. So his dad actually had been at the top at the time. His brother would go on to be general of the infantry and also command a division and corps. We won't talk about Johann's career, only Karl's. Karl has the most success in the family. He was born in 1856, so he's 2 years older than his brother. When Bomber Molly was chosen to command 2nd Army, Kirchbach went with him as general of the infantry and a corps commander. So he was a corps commander at the outset when the war broke out in Italy. And when that happened, when the war broke out in Italy, he took his corps with him. That's what it was. No, sorry, I'm getting confused. We talked way too much about corps and armies. Anyway, Kirchbach had command of a corps when the war began. How well he did, I was not able to find. Then he's redeployed to Italy when that was about to break out, and he took over as 1st Army Commander temporarily, and also as a Provisional Army Group Commander temporarily as well. But then he was sent back to be Corps Commander with 1st Corps. And so he was transferred out of 1st Army into Covis's 3rd Army. But then in September 1916, he replaced Flanzer Bolton as 7th Army Commander, and then he swapped jobs with Covis to take over 3rd Army. So have you gotten confused yet?
Yes. What the heck is with the Austrians and like all these generals just constantly like playing musical chairs with these army commanders? Like the same like 8 guys. It feels like being like shuffled between like 3 armies or something.
Well, Conrad. That's Conrad's command style, I guess.
Yeah.
Or then again, the Germans will play havoc by this time too. But in Italy, at least, it's Conrad.
I don't think it's just like them. It's like just the Austrians, but
yeah. So the substitute commander now finally had a permanent post. So he's finally going to be 7th commander for a while. Or wait, 3rd Army. Sorry, one of the armies, whichever one he's now transferred into. I'm sure he didn't know either. Anyway, so he was the substitute teacher for many years. Now he's finally going to have his own class. Anyway, November, he's now elevated to Colonel General. He's transferred from Moldavia to the Bukovina. He switched commands again to take over 4th Army from von Nadas, but within a couple weeks he was forced to go home because of an illness. He then returned to active duty in October 1917, but he hadn't fully recovered, and he could no longer sustain the strain of a serious command. After the Grand Offensive of 1918, he commanded at Odessa, and he was responsible for transferring resources, especially food, back to the starving people of his empire. After the war, he settled in Austria, and then finally fully recovered from his illness after a few years, and he ended up living all the way until 1939. So what do you think about the substitute teacher of the Austrian army?
Uh, I'm feeling to be with this guy, honestly. I don't know. The thing is, it doesn't feel like. I feel like I missed like if you mentioned any like major engagements he was part of.
No, he
But
pretty much was just swapping commands behind the lines all war, and then he got sick before he could get into some real action, and then did some administration. I think he's kind of like a definitional C because he apparently does
yeah,
well enough, but he doesn't really do that much.
yeah, I'd say C then.
Yeah, and
Maybe
also
on it.
if you see his full picture, he kind of does look like he would be some sort of old schoolmaster,
Oh
like an
yeah,
old
I think
principal.
I pulled him up. Yeah,
So that's why I keep calling him the substitute teacher.
yeah. I look at this picture and I imagine he's in a Monty Python sketch about to start singing.
Yeah, yeah, he kind of does have a British look to him. Uh, all right, our next general is Adolf von Riemann zu Bahrenfeld. He hailed from eastern Austria. He was born in 1855. I'd say he had a pretty typical career trajectory. He went to the Teresian Military Academy, joined the general staff, had a series of commands with the infantry. In terms of early assignments, he actually was not very lucky as he started off in Serbia with the 13th Corps, and then he went to the Carpathians. However, he became Governor General of Bosnia-Herzegovina in June 1916, so he missed the Brusilov offensive. So he lucked out there, I would say, pretty big, because all the commanders there got screwed. Um, what's more interesting, though, is that when he was appointed, he was actually opposed by our old friend, the Hungarian Prime Minister Tisza, who usually did succeed at obstructionism, but in this case, apparently not. So he dodged, not only did he get out of the Eastern Front in time, but he also managed to evade the machinations of Tisza. So he was getting lucky now. Then in May of 1917, he was promoted to Colonel General. No one knows why, but he was. But then his mid-war luck came crashing down, and he took control of the deceptively quiet Macedonian front. So Riemann, when he got there, was nearly assassinated by a Serbian woman on October 3rd of 1918. And then when the Entente assault led by Franchet de Esprit hit, his front was completely shattered. And it's not really clear how much blame he should get because, again, the army was literally falling apart by this point due to hunger and desertions. That being said, his sector did really badly, whereas the Bulgarian sector did pretty well against the British. So he could have done better. That being said, there was no fucking way he had any chance of winning. So what do you think about Riemann zu Bahrenfeld?
D.
I
I
agree.
mean,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I don't have anything to say about this guy.
Yeah, so I mean,
Yeah.
he almost made C just by being a guy who could bounce around and hold commands that don't matter. But then,
And
shit
then
fell apart for
Macedonia
him.
happens.
Yeah. And now we're going to talk about a guy we've talked about before in passing, who served under von Ossenberg and was blamed initially for the failure to pursue after the Battle of uh, whatever that early battle was at
Tomorrow.
Ossenberg. Yeah, there we go. Kamaro. So his name is Karl George Otto Maria Graf von Hune. I don't think he's got enough names. He was born in 1857. He followed in his father's footsteps by joining the army. He was a dragoon as a young man. He went to war college. He served in Poland for most of his early and middle career. And he also had a good deal of social standing, which was further enhanced when he married a countess in 1891. He also was an attaché to Romania, so he had a pretty wide range of experiences compared to many of his peers. He made general of the cavalry right before the war broke out. and then he took up a corps in von Ossenberg's Fourth Army. So during the victory at Kamaro, he did not do all that well, and because the pursuit didn't happen, von Ossenberg blamed him, relieved him, and he went back to Vienna for most of the rest of the war. Then, from March 1917, he became military governor of Galicia. So after nearly 3 years on the bench, 2.5 years on the bench, he's brought out to be a governor, and he would remain in Galicia until the empire collapsed. That being said, because the empire was falling apart, there wasn't much he could do. It was a tough post, and he just kind of had to sit back and watch while everything collapsed. He lived all the way until 1938 and died at the age of 80 in Bolzano, Italy, which was a part of Italy that had been annexed by the Austrians. Or by Italy. So, yeah, part of Austrian Italy that then became a part of Italy. Anyway, what do you think about von Huene?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess an E.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, he kind of unlucky, but also, didn't do much of what he had.
Yeah.
All right, next up we have Hermann Kuzmanik von Bernustatten.
Oh, now we're on someone I kind of know about. But,
Yes,
well,
so
kind of.
he's an Austrian. His father was a famous politician. Kuzmanik was born in 1860. Pretty typical education for a high-ranking officer. He joined the general staff after war college, and he also was ennobled in 1913 and chose to take the name von Bernustatten because, and he made the image for his new house after one of the towers at the military academy, because he really enjoyed his time as a student there, and he was in general proud of his academic achievements. When the war broke out, he was named as the new commandant at Przemysl, and he was horrified at how outdated the fortifications and artillery pieces were, so he set about repairing and rearranging things. So at first, the Habsburgs were on the offensive, so no one cared about the city's defenses, but when things turned south, the imperial armies were routed. He now found himself under siege. Luckily, there was a lull, and the counterattacks were able to reopen the city for supplies in October 1914. He kept the garrison steady. He broke the momentum of the Russians by holding out at Przemysl. The siege continued on November 5th, and this time, although the fortress was pretty well provisioned, and some of the guns have been upgraded with more effective pieces, the army was just not strong enough to mount a major relief effort, so by March, as his men were beginning to starve, the northern defenses of the city fell. He attempted a breakout, but this didn't happen because his men were weakened because of hunger. And then he finally got the emperor's permission to surrender, along with his garrison. And he spent the remainder of the war in captivity at Novgorod and later at Kiev. After the peace between Russia and the Central Powers, he went back to Vienna. He received a hero's welcome, and Karl made him Colonel General in 1918 to thank him for his valorous defense of Przemysl. He then basically retired, and there were no more commands from him to take because the empire was falling apart. He lived until 1934, passing away at the age of 73. So how do you feel about Kuzmanik?
Well, I have to give him respect for holding out a Przemysl as long as he did. So I'll give him a B. Like he's certainly above the C tier, I feel, but I don't think.
Yeah, I feel like he was heroic and clearly he was pretty good, but he didn't have a chance to really prove himself because of the smallish nature of his command. It was still kind of like a symbolic victory of sorts.
Yeah, I'm reading about Siege of Przemysl, and according to his Wikipedia article, it says that he surrendered with 2,500 officers and 117,000 non-coms and soldiers, and I'm like, what the fuck is that garrison?
Yeah, it's too big. I mean, you don't need that many men to do a garrison.
Here's my question: Why did they have such a heavy defense of Przemysl? Anything of this scale, this is a field army that you're kind of just giving up.
I mean, I think it was because they wanted to hold the Russians back for long enough to form up the line at the Carpathian Mountains. And there was one point,
Yeah.
I forget which offensive, but it was either Brusilov or Kornilov, where they actually penetrated the Carpathians for a minute and could have pushed forward troops into Hungary. So this was a major concern. And of course, the Hungarian prime minister was really screaming that you better keep these motherfuckers out of Hungarian land. Every effort better be made to do this. So
Yeah.
that could be part of it, that they literally were willing to sacrifice a large army in order to prevent the Hungarians from, completely losing their nerve.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Jesus. Yeah, but it's like 120,000 men you're just sticking into a single fortress. That
Especially since
that
it's a
feels like
large.
some like that feels like something out of like a Warhammer 40K like figure, something like utterly ridiculous figure just for.
I mean, also,
Yeah.
I think that they thought they could relieve the city, to be fair. So I think that was actually part of the plan. Both they needed to, it was a worthwhile sacrifice to save the Carpathian line for winter, and then they assumed they could relieve the city. And they actually tried and failed. And they also thought the Germans would come quicker with more men, but of course the Germans took a while to redeploy to the east.
Yeah, and
So
plus,
between those
didn't they
things,
focus more on Poland, the Germans, especially
yeah, the Germans
with
were more
Hindenburg?
focused on following up Tannenberg, so they were more to the north. Pretty much it was just an instance of wishful thinking combined with prioritizing the defense of the homeland. So I don't necessarily think it was a huge mistake. It's just a risk that failed to pay off. Is how I would think of it.
Yeah,
But still, pretty major blow, especially those 2,500 officers, because we already talked about after 1914, the junior officer quality was ass. And it's largely because you have so many men being lost in the early going, and they were very hard to replace. And even the guys who were still around, they also, much like the British and French, had the problem of having many officers who were a little too old. But because
yeah,
of the language skills needed, even if an officer was a little older than they'd like, they'd be like, well, you can keep serving because we can't really
yeah,
replace you. So, all right, our
yeah.
next commander is Karl Kretek. A humble name, like just two names, Karl Kretek. So Double K was born in 1861 in Split, which is part of Croatia, and I believe he's the third and final Croatian we'll talk about. And then again, as somebody pointed out, there's a good chance, of course, that Breivich was actually not Croatian. Anyway, Kretek though. He graduated from the academy in 1876. He served in the infantry. He then made the general staff early on. So pretty typical so far. In 1914, he drew the short straw, and this meant that he was given an under-equipped and undertrained Landwehr division in Galicia. We don't know whether the unit did well or not, but it probably did really badly just because of what it was and where it was. That being said, because of how shitty the Landwehr was, I don't think anybody took it seriously that his division got shredded, and it certainly did not hold him back. Career-wise, in October, he was promoted to General of the Infantry, and he entered the first of two lengthy corps commands. And most of his contemporaries, including Bereyevich, thought that this was sort of what he was intended for. They said, yeah, Kretek's a good officer, but he should never go beyond corps. And as a corps commander, he's really good, though, so we should use him extensively. So, Kretek took his corps to the east in the Carpathians. His unit was sent to Italy in 1916 for Trentino. He didn't really do anything special, but he did fairly well overall. He put a great deal of pressure on Cadorna's lines, of course. Breivich was actually impressed by how well Kretek did in Italy, and then he changed his opinion. He said, actually, I was wrong about Kretek. He's actually pretty competent, and I think he has a higher ceiling than I initially realized. But before he got an army command, he was promoted to colonel general, which effectively meant that he was pre-approved to be an army commander when one became available. Early 1917, he took up another corps, though, in the Third Army after von Nadas, and then replaced von Nadas after he got sacked after the Kerensky offensive. Third Army was pretty battered, so it was merged with Seventh Army, and then Kretek was given overall command of this new army. And this became part of the hilariously named Operation Fist Punch. So Operation Fist Punch was an attack on the new Soviet army during the 11 Days War, which was the last major operation on the Eastern Front. This was the last major Central Powers attack in the East. It made rapid progress in February and March 1918, and at the end of it, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was signed, so the Eastern Front was closed. 7th Army was disbanded in April, and Kretek was not employed again just because, well, there was nothing for him to command. And he officially retired, like many of his colleagues, on December 1st, 1918. Which is pretty much the date, if you look it up, where most of these guys officially retired. Because the army kind of stopped existing. The Empire had already been dead for a month. So it's unclear whether he was just approved or whether it just... I'd be curious to learn more about that process. Was there like a process where he had to go into an office and say he retires? Or was it just that the army got disbanded and therefore everybody ipso facto was retired? I don't know. Anyway, Kretek apparently learned of his retirement when he read an article in the newspaper. Excuse me. It actually, there's a possibility that Kretek actually simply declared himself to be retired when he wrote a letter to the paper. He spent his retirement years in Vienna and lived until 1928. So what do you think about Double K Karl Kretek?
Well, sounds like he did a decent job. I'll give him a B. Like, no... I mean, besides Operation Fist Punch.
Well, he did well in Fist Punch.
Yeah, he did well there. There's no real...
Again, everybody did. Because, they're fighting the Soviets where the army's completely falling apart.
The pre-Red Army Soviet Union.
Yeah, I'd really love to know who named it Fist Punch. Or maybe it's like in German, it either sounds better, or maybe this is a weird translation. Either that or somebody who was doing the planning stages really gave no fucks. They're like, Fist Punch.
I'm guessing it was a joke Max Hoffman came up with.
Yeah.
That everyone just took seriously for some reason.
And I guess if it had kept going, they'd have had to do foot kick. Anyway, our next officer was Baron Samu Hazai. He is a Hungarian Jew, born in 1852. He achieved the rank of Colonel General in 1916 in recognition for his long service as the War Minister of Hungary from 1910 to 1917. Hazai had been an infantry regiment commander before the war, but his specialty was always training and instruction. It's pretty difficult to pinpoint his exact contributions to the war effort, especially because there are 3 separate competing war ministries, and that's always a problem. The Hungarians usually were the squeakiest wheel and got the most grease, so the Honved usually got upgrades ahead of the Austrian Landwehr, especially when Hazai was in office, so apparently he was more effective at getting stuff than his Austrian counterpart. Now, that being said, all the reforms in the 3 armies were too late to make a big difference. That being said, Hazai, because he was in office from 1910, did have enough time to make some impact, and apparently didn't really do so, since although the Honved was a little bit better funded than the Landwehr, they actually weren't any better. So what do you think about Baron Samu Hazai?
Well, I don't think much of him. Wait, which army did he command?
He was the senior administrator of the Honved.
Oh. Yeah, I get the feeling that was a bit of a train wreck, all things considered.
Yeah, I'm thinking E.
E. I mean, if we're talking about like these like inspector like officers from prior to the war, if the units that are in the field are dog shit, it's probably on them, at least.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, that being said, we also have to remember that a lot of it was not so much that the generals were incompetent administrators, just as they didn't have the resources to keep up with the latest and greatest. Because by the time we get to this period, especially, you know, equipment matters a lot, and tactics too. So I can blame them more for tactics than anything else. But you know, they're outgunned by a lot of their rivals because their rivals have better industry.
Yeah.
Um, but that being said, yeah, I mean, if this guy is also apparently completely fine with the competition for resources between the three armies, which I think was a pretty terrible thing for the empire as a whole.
Yeah.
Our next commander is Leopold von Auer. So he was born in 1854 in Budapest. Effectively, he is a competent but unspectacular cavalry commander. He led the 9th Division cavalry from the war's outset until he was replaced and promoted. He then got a Cav Corps and led it from May to September 1915. When his force was disbanded, von Auer then supervised the formation of a new cavalry corps and commanded it until October 1917, at which time he was ordered once again to disband his unit. He seems to have done reasonably well in his role, but he was never given a chance to try army command. He did do competently during the Brusilov offensive, however. So, whereas most other people involved were very tarnished by it, he did fine. So he apparently was covering some of the retreat and did it competently. So this shows that von Auer was actually decent at his job. It's likely that he was typecast by more senior officers who just thought, well, he's just a horse guy. He can't handle high command. So it's kind of like what almost happened to Kretek, where, you know, Berevich said, okay, Kretek is good at corps level, but don't promote him. And then later, of course, Berevich changed his mind. Von Auer just didn't have the opportunity to meet a commander who was open to revising their opinion. At least that's what I think happened to him. And despite never having held a command over corps, he still managed to make Colonel General, sort of in an honorary fashion, and that made him part of this list. So what do you think about von Auer?
Hmm. You said that he's one of the few guys that actually did well during the Brusilov offensive.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I'm thinking maybe a
No,
B, because also I don't think they have
yeah,
any other competent cavalry commanders in the war.
yeah. I was gonna ask like the state of the Austrian cavalry at this time.
I don't think it's
Dog
very
shit.
good. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
dog shit, but I mean, you can tell by the way their senior commanders are almost all infantrymen that the infantry had become by far the dominant branch of the army. So, like with the British, the cav predominated, but there also were infantry and artillery guys who reached high command. But in Austria, it's pretty much all infantry guys. We talked about a handful of artillery guys and one cav guy, one or two. But I
yeah.
mean, for the most part, it's very clear where the balance of their effort went, and a lot of it's because the infantry is the cheapest thing, and they're kind of
Yeah,
broke compared to the other major powers.
yeah, makes sense.
All right. Now we have someone whose name is difficult to pronounce. His name is Victor von uh, Suchenstuhl. Suchenstuhl, I think, is the correct pronunciation, or close enough. So Suchenstuhl is a combat engineer by trade. He was an Austrian born in Moravia, which is now part of the Czech Republic, born in 1857. Von Suchenstuhl took up command of the 9th Division in 1912, and he led that into the First Serbian Campaign. His immediate superior got sacked because he did badly, so von Suchenstuhl took command of the corps, and would for a long time command the 13th or 8th Corps, excuse me. He played a big role during the second invasion by Podgoric, and also during the third and final campaign under von Mackensen. So he spent a lot of time campaigning in Serbia. 8th Corps was then a part of the overrun of Montenegro and Albania under Kovas von Kobashava. During the Trentino offensive, 8th Corps was then attached to Army Group Eugen, and the operation was successful, obviously. And then when it was running out of steam, Conrad pulled the plug, and Suchenstuhl was sent east with his corps, and his corps got demolished fighting the Russians. So his unit was disbanded, and he was drummed out of service in July 1916 because he had a spat with one of his commanders. However, he was soon reinstated by the emperor, which I believe might have been the very last intervention by Franz Joseph. Like I said, he only very rarely would intervene on somebody's behalf, pretty randomly. And this was one of those instances where he said, no, put von Suchenstuhl back into command. So he got the command of First Corps in Romania, which is once again under Kovas, who was now 7th Army commander. And this force was effectively used to pin down the Romanians in the north, while Falkenhayn was supposed to strike elsewhere and hit the death blow. Von Suchenstuhl performed as expected, and finally got a chance to command at a higher level. So in February 1917, he was made a Count or Graf, and soon after got command of the 11th Army in Italy. This was put into Conrad's army group. It took part in Caporetto, and he made Colonel General after it was clear that Caporetto was a great victory. But over the next several months, things took a pretty negative turn. Von Suchenstuhl was responsible for leading Conrad's offensive at the Tonale Pass. He tried and failed to achieve surprise there. The Italians were ready, repulsed his attack with heavy losses. And then by the summer of 1918, food was running low, desertion was rampant, and the attack at River Piava, which happened a little later, failed. Desertion got worse, and all the armies were melting away, even before Vittorio Veneto. His men were unable or unwilling to stand, so von Suchenstuhl fell back to Trentino, and the empire literally fell apart around him. He then retired to Vienna and resided there until his death in 1938. A month before he was set to turn 81. Von Suchenstuhl had a unique career insofar as he was associated with mostly successful operations. Remember, most of the time when he was assigned to an army, it won, even though he usually was the secondary guy. How much of the credit should go to him is not clear, but at least he didn't impede success. And he must have been doing something right, because he kept getting chances and he kept being associated with success. So what do you think about von Suchenstuhl?
Yeah, I'd say another B.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Pretty competent guy. Did his job.
Yeah, not flashy, not many great claims to fame, but
But also, wasn't trying to undermine his commanders and was content with doing his job and did it relatively well. So, yeah. All right. Next up, we have Stefan Sarkotic, I'm not sure exactly, von Lovsen. Actually, I was wrong. He's another Croatian. I forgot to mention, part of the reason there were so many Croatians in the Imperial Army is because they had some elite Croatian formations, and so they really were keen on getting some senior Croatian commanders in order to push more Croatians to join the army. So the Croatians, in some ways, were kind of like the special enforcers of the empire.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Sarkotic was born in 1858. His father was a lieutenant in the army. And so, because he was second generation, he probably had a pretty good chance of getting farther than his dad, especially since he made it into the Teresian Military Academy. He was initially in the infantry. He learned to speak fluent Russian, and he spent a lot of time in the intelligence branch. And by the way, intel for the Austrians, as far as I can tell, was almost a joke. The only people who were almost as inept at it would be the French. The French intelligence service was complete trash.
Are you saying they're worse than the Russians somehow?
I don't know about that. I don't know much about the Russian intelligence service, but I know even the French one, which should have been pretty good, was actually awful. Austria also was pretty bad. I mean, they didn't even know what their allies wanted to do. So, anyway, so from 1910, and he also held command of some reserve units. He worked mostly with the Honved. During the two Serbian campaigns in 1913, he led an all-Croatian division. That's the unit that occupied Belgrade. He became governor of Serbia, although, of course, he couldn't settle into that job because they were pushed out. In December 1914, he replaced Podgoric as governor of Bosnia-Herzegovina and made general of the infantry. In this capacity, he had control of both civil and military affairs with two infantry divisions under his command. He was keenly aware of the danger of a Yugoslav state forming, and so he dissolved the Diet of Bosnia in order to forestall that. But this ultimately was not very successful because, of course, nationalism didn't just fade away. But this did buy some time for the Central Powers to potentially win the war and thereby put off the nationalists for a while. So, in the short run, this was actually not a bad call if the goal was to give the empire a chance for long term survival. Sarkic played a major role in the Montenegrin campaign, where he led the Western Wing and won a notable victory at Mount Lovsen. So that's where he got his noble title. And his forces were able to seize the mountain after 2 or 3 days of hard fighting. So he entered the Hungarian nobility. Interestingly, he would always be referred to as Freiherr in Vienna, even though this was part of being the Austrian nobility, which he was not a part of. That being said, because most of his colleagues were more Austrian-oriented, the fact that they referred to him as their equal and with this title that they had shows that he must have been pretty well respected, and that they saw him as an equal. So it's kind of their way to be congenial. In 1917, he was promoted to Colonel General. He continued to be governor of Bosnia until the war ended, and he proposed a number of measures to forestall the Yugoslavs. But again, the guy who was not taking up his suggestions, who he thought was his ally, was Prime Minister Tisza. So Tisza was supposed to help some, but didn't. Sarkotic was also outspokenly anti-Serbian, and when the empire fell, he was actually arrested by the new Yugoslav government and held for 10 days. He then retired to Vienna, and he became a prominent figure within the Croat emigre community, which quickly fell into factionalism, as Sarkic emerged as one of the leaders of the monarchist faction for restoring the empire. However, this faction became the minority among the exiled Croats, and so his efforts were kind of quixotic. By the 1930s, his movement was eclipsed by his rivals, and they actually managed to pull off the assassination of King Alexander I of Yugoslavia in 1934, which Sarkic was not a part of and did not approve of. He lived until 1939. He was never able to return home because he was no longer welcome, because he had opposed nationalism. And so for the last 20 years of his life, he was a man without a country. And so it's a little bit sad, but he did have his fellow officers around him in Vienna, so it probably wasn't terrible. So what do you think about our friend Sarkic?
Yeah. Well, I've been looking at his Wikipedia page, and it says that the division commander was the 42nd Home Guard Division, which the Honved Division, which I know as the Devil Division because it's pretty infamous for war crimes and shit.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Like during World War II, when the Ustashi took over in Croatia, they reformed their own unit that they named the Devil Division, based off of that. Which is funny because I believe one of the members of the unit was Joseph Broz Tito.
Of course he was.
Yeah, in World War One, yeah.
Well, he had
Which
to learn
is
it from
kind of
somewhere.
weird if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, he had to learn his craft from somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy. So yeah, this guy's probably a piece of work to say the least.
Oh, I'm sure he was. I mean, not all these guys were good men. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Um,
And considering like Potiorek is like definitely a war criminal.
Oh, for sure.
I imagine. Yeah, so I'd say I'll give him a D for that.
I'm actually thinking a little bit higher just because he was an effective governor of an area that was kind of full of broiling discontent, and he was fairly successful at keeping that under wraps for a while.
Yeah, I won't give him higher than C though.
Yeah, I think C's fair. That being said, I mean, yeah, clearly, like you said, I imagine if we were to dig deeper into his past, it would not be pretty. Our next general is Joseph Roth von Liemenauer Lappenau. We'll just call him Roth to keep things simple. He was the son of an imperial officer. He was born in Trieste in 1859. His wartime career is pretty odd, and one can argue that he was the victim of not having the same personality type that his peers usually associated with high command. So he's a guy who kind of stuck out and didn't really seem like a senior commander. Before the war, he was the commandant of the military academy, and a number of his colleagues thought pretty highly of him, although they thought that being a commandant was his natural role and kind of maybe his ceiling. So Archduke Eugen and Conrad both saw that as the best fit for him. He began the war as a division commander, but then made corps by October. He then commanded a provisional army group with 3rd and 4th Armies for a few days to push back the Russians under Ivanov at Limanowa-Lapinau, which is about 25 miles south of Krakow, and to operate in tandem with the Germans. Central Command really underestimated the strength of the Russians, and of course Roth was outnumbered and outgunned, but despite that, he was able to win. And so despite bad intelligence and being outnumbered and outgunned, he still won, although it was a very costly victory. And this, because of its high body count, is probably the last time that they had enough qualified junior officers, from what I've read. So it's kind of a cash-in of the 1914 army. Roth won the battle. It was kind of a Pyrrhic victory, but nonetheless, he was ennobled for it. That being said, it actually didn't really enhance his career, and Conrad was not impressed. So even though he had commanded an army group, they still saw him as more of a corps guy. So he was only now sent to Italy, and then he was actually finally promoted to General of the Infantry. This is a guy who's commanded an army group in a battle successfully, and he's still not even a colonel general, because he was judged by his superiors to be a man of limited capacity. So in 1915 and 1916, his task was to defend the Tyrol along the passive Dolomite sector. The Dolomites, by the way, are nearly impassable mountains, at least if they're defended even lightly. So basically he's just sitting in the mountains freezing his ass off. He initially had 2 corps, but later one of his corps was taken away. Eugen was the guy responsible for reducing his role. He thought that Roth was skilled, but that he was too lax with the subordinates and not energetic enough to have a larger command. So basically, this is a guy, Roth, with a fairly relaxed personality, and the more high-strung guys like Eugen thought, this guy doesn't have what it takes. He doesn't have the right stuff, because he can chill. So, effectively, he's demoted for no reason, and nothing happened that would deserve this. It's just that they didn't like him, or they just thought that he wasn't the right guy. That being said, when the Caporetto broke out, as a corps commander he did well, but high command under Ars von Strassenberg wanted to reassign him elsewhere because the Dolomites were no longer a front, and Ars and others feared that Roth would fail if given a more active command. And Conrad's assessment of Roth was also pretty typical, and very much set the parameters of what he was allowed to do. He called him a decent, chivalrous character, more reserved than energetic. Albeit fearless and brave, he does not seem suited to taking on command of an army. He is more suitable to take up the position of inspector in military training, as he has heart and understanding for the youth. So effectively, they want him to cut ribbons, and maybe train kids and give an occasional lecture. So he accordingly became Inspector General of Military Educational Institutions in February, and then made Colonel General, I guess, as kind of a salve. Once Austro-Hungarian POWs began to come home, he took up the additional job of being General Inspector of the returnees in order to try to sniff out potential Bolsheviks. Karl then made him a baron in October 1918. He officially retired in December. He already lived in Vienna. He had a relatively happy and busy retirement, staying active in a number of groups. For officers, he died in 1927, age 69. And he's kind of difficult to judge because of how he was caged and shelved. He was very much pigeonholed by his contemporaries, despite the fact that he always won when he was given the chance. Roth was a consummate professional. He didn't balk. He didn't complain. He didn't write angry memoirs. So he's a consummate professional. And it's possible to be fair, that maybe Eugen and Conrad saw something that we don't see in his record. Maybe they
Yeah.
actually had a point, but we don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Or alternatively, the sources we have in English just don't give us a full picture, as we
Could be
said
that
before.
too. But I mean,
That
yeah, I think he was unfairly held back because he didn't have the right personality type. And I mean, I feel like that's true of a lot of professions. If you don't have the same personality type as your colleagues, they're going to look at you like you suck.
yeah.
There's something wrong with you. Uh, what do you think about his rating?
Well, he said that like despite being like sidelined, he was constantly successful whenever he was in combat. So I guess give him a B.
Yeah, I mean, limited sample size, but he always did well and did preside over one of the biggest victories of the war in a temporary capacity. And then it's like, instead of saying, this guy has the stuff, they're like, he won, but who cares? He clearly
Yeah.
still he can't win, he just happened to win. It's crazy to think about, because I feel like any other commander, if they had been responsible for that victory, they would be bitching and moaning to the end of time if they weren't rewarded for it.
Yeah.
All right, our next commander is Arthur Ars von Strassenberg. We've talked about him in passing before. He was the chief of staff after Conrad was removed. So he grew up in a Saxon family from Transylvania. His father was actually an evangelical Protestant minister. So he was in a very distinct minority growing up, both in terms of his nationality and religion. And this may have given him a little bit of insight into how to deal with some of the various ethnic minorities he would encounter during his career, since he could kind of relate. He actually was not always interested in being in the army. He did some of his education in Dresden, Germany, before deciding to go to law school. But then once he was in law school, he decided it was boring and instead wanted to go in the Imperial Army. So he came back to Austria, and when in the army, he did very well in his career. He married a Hungarian noblewoman, and later gained Archduke Eugen as a friend and mentor, because he did really well in a war exercise. And Archduke Eugen, as he was leaving service in 1911, said, "There's something about that Ars guy. He's pretty good. We should promote him." In 1914, he got his first taste of command after one of the division commanders was wounded. So he replaced him temporarily before another interim commander came in 2 days later. He also may have been removed so that he could replace Bereyevich as 6th Corps commander when Bereyevich was promoted to Army. He also was present at Limanowa-Lappenau, the great victory of the guy we just talked about, as a Corps commander, and he performed well. So that was a pretty big moment in his career. He continued to do really well in Corps command in several battles, including Gorlice-Tarnow and a bunch of other 1915 battles. In general, 1915 was a fairly good year for the army because the Germans were around. During his time, Ars also earned the respect of August von Mackensen, the German commander who largely determined which Austrian generals were retained and which ones were sent home. He made general of the infantry in September 1915 because of his good showing, and but he stayed at corps level. By the summer of 1916, as Romania looked likely to join, he finally got army command with 1st Army on the Romanian border. When the Romanians first invaded, his army, quote-unquote, was only 10,000 men strong because it was still in the process of being formed. And he famously said, "I am an army commander without an army." So he fell back, and as he was building his army while falling back, he cooperated well with the German 9th Army to hold off the Russians, and then once his forces were built, launched a counterattack. So this was Ars at his best, as he had to adapt to circumstances on the fly, and it may have helped also that this action took place near Transylvania, his homeland, where he knew the lay of the land. So he performed really well, he kept his head, and of course the operation was a success. And this attracted a lot of praise, including the praise of Karl, Bereyevich, and Conrad. So Bereyevich and Conrad, of course, usually didn't agree on anything, but they both agreed that Ars was really good. And for Conrad, of course, also praising fellow officers was never an option because he's afraid of their influence. And ironically, it would be this guy he praised who took his job finally. So when Karl finally starts to appoint his own guys, he chooses Ars to be the new chief of staff. And the emperor apparently thought that he was actually downgrading the quality of his chief of staff. So he said that he didn't want another genius in command, just somebody who was capable. So basically, he's telling Ars, "You're not a military genius. You're just some guy who's okay." Which is, if you think about it, it's actually a little absurd because up to this point, Ars has always done well. Conrad is not. But so again, like the judgments of these contemporaries are really weird. Because, like if you're telling a guy who's done really well, you're no military genius, even though you've had a lot of victories under your belt. This other guy who fails all the time, I mean, that's a genius. But I'd prefer somebody who just is a regular, workman-like figure. Okay. Anyway, Karl perhaps reasoned that Ars was well liked by most of the senior German commanders, so he might have more pull with them. But that being said, the Germans didn't really care. They weren't going to listen to anyone, because they actually did respect Conrad too. They just wouldn't listen to him, because again, they're promoting the centrality of German command, so they have no interest in what any Austrian commander thinks, except for Baum Marmoli, of course. Anyway. So if that was the hope, it clearly failed. Karl was younger and more active than Franz Joseph and wanted to be commander-in-chief, so he thought that Ars, because he wasn't as prestigious or established as Conrad, would have to let him do the job more. So Ars was effectively promoted to be, this is uncharitable, but he was effectively promoted to be like the Jodl or Keitel to Karl's Hitler. Like the guy who figures out the details of someone else's plans.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not comparing either Karl to Hitler or Ars to Keitel or Jodl, but it's just the same role. Anyway, so Karl's vision for Ars is just a guy who figures out how to do things and just follows his orders. So Ars's hands are pretty much tied from the outset. And also, of course, the Germans are just issuing orders to the forces in the east anyway. So Ars's capabilities in terms of what he can do with the armies are pretty limited. He makes Colonel General to enhance his authority, but a lot of his field commanders are field marshals now, especially Conrad and Berevich. So Ars's main operation that he tries to plan is the Piave River. So Karl is pushing him to plan an offensive. He plans something, and his plan was actually pretty good. I didn't write down what it is. But he had a combined plan that he had thought up. And immediately when he presented it, both field marshals said no. And in theory, Ars could have pressed his case. But he didn't outrank these guys, one. And the emperor might not back him up on this because he was a little bit afraid and intimidated by his field marshals. But both Berevich and Conrad were self-identified geniuses. Their plans were completely different. So eventually, Ars, I think it's mostly Karl who really stepped in to propose the compromise of just doing their own thing. But, Ars was forced effectively to accept this compromise that he knew would fail horribly. So it's kind of forced upon him by the circumstances not having enough authority. But to be fair to him, this was not his idea, and he tried to argue against it. Anyway, it's also possible that no matter what plan they did, it would fail just because the empire is falling due to starvation. So perhaps any plan would have failed. Maybe it doesn't even matter at all. While Ars' tenure as chief of staff was a failure, I can't really hold him that responsible just because he didn't have the authority, and also the empire was falling apart. And also, his talents were clearly in the field. I mean, I think he was a fine chief of staff in general, but he clearly was needed in the field. And he's also younger at this time, so he's more vigorous. Use him while I still got it. I think, the chief of staff job in many ways is kind of a waste of Ars' talent, at least as Karl conceives it. So I don't know. What do you think about Ars von Strassenberg?
Yeah. Reading on my own about all these guys, I always had this impression that he was just like a wet sandwich that just got promoted because Carl wanted to exert their control, and that was about it. But no, as you point out, no, he's actually had like decent field command and actually good ideas about campaigns and shit. Just that he keeps on getting ignored.
Yeah, and I mean, he works well with the Germans, so he's got one of the skills that matters at this time.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, he's a fine asset. I just don't know why they're not using him better. And actually, if anything, this is the way he's used is also a mark against Carl.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. Especially his assessment that he wasn't a genius.
it's like, yeah,
That
you're no
like
genius. I mean,
that in comparison to Conrad,
in theory,
the absurdity.
it's possible that you're better than any of my other generals, or at least as good as my best guys. But yeah, I don't think you're a genius just because I don't know. You don't strike me as a genius. You're not as much of a pretentious dick as Conrad, so you can't be a genius. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the criteria was to be a genius.
I see so many similarities between Carl and Wilhelm now. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's something I feel like I'd read up like Kaiser Wilhelm II, like saying casually, like something just so insane and stupid.
Yeah, my favorite Kaiser Wilhelm stories are about his obsession with uniforms and constantly changing uniforms and playing dress up, and then thinking that his officers will think that he's like some sort of serious military mind.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, Wilhelm entertains me more for just his big ass mouth. Like I mentioned before, him just bragging about wanting to like annex his ally, like suggesting that they're about to fucking collapse.
Yeah, I mean, Kaiser Wilhelm's a piece of work.
It's gonna be really fun when we get around to that tier list.
Yeah, he's interesting. I'll give him that, but a
Yeah,
piece of work.
but yeah.
Um,
Honestly, the only positive thing I could think of is him supporting Falkenhayn and not going to war with the Netherlands just so they could get another railroad.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm not very impressed by any of the monarchs from the war. I don't even know who would be the best monarch in the war. I mean, it's I don't know if any of them did well.
Mm, yeah, I mean, well, I'd say King George, but
Well, he had no real
yeah,
power though.
yeah, that's the point. Yeah, no real power.
Yeah, I mean that being said, given that he was closely related to both Nicholas and Wilhelm, and they all kind of looked like the same guy, my suspicion is that he wouldn't have been much better.
Yeah,
And
no,
one of his sons turned out to be a Nazi, so, and the other
yeah,
one
not just
apparently he sort of almost abused his younger son for having a stutter. So
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's almost as if monarchy is a really bad idea that doesn't work in the modern world.
right,
I don't know. Call me
yeah,
crazy, but it's the impression
yeah,
I get. Anyway, I would rate ours as an A. I think he's a
yeah.
very
Agreed.
solid commander who just was
We have
underutilized.
something feels absolutely wrong with how top heavy this this list is. I've said this before already, but it's still
Well, I mean, we have to remember who's at the bottom and how that the heaviest hitters are the worst guys. Franz Joseph, Conrad. The first operation where they still had logistics was under Podiorik, so he wasted a lot of resources there. So I mean, the options of the guys at the top were largely constrained to the point of being expended by these guys at the bottom. So actually,
yeah.
these guys down here had more of an impact. Really, if you're talking about if you're judging these guys by impact, the E and the F tier definitely had a higher influence on the war.
Certainly, yeah. That
Um,
point.
I mean, even the last chief of staff who was good. I mean, shit, what could he do?
Yeah. We're not even ranking him for his like chief of staff role because well, Well, barely ranking him for that, I guess is better to
Yeah,
say.
I mean,
But
if people had listened to him, he would have been pretty good.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. Meanwhile, we have like Hotzendorf, who he could have turned out like a Falkenhayn, where he was a dog shit chief of staff, but a pretty good field commander. No, he was shit at both.
Actually, I'd say if anything, he was even more shit as a field commander.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah. I have to agree on that. Yeah, now that I think about it.
yeah, and also I like how he was so much of an asshole that he turned Bereyevich into an asshole. He made Bereyevich ineffective too.
Yeah.
So I mean, shit. Anyway, our next commander, and we have four more. There's one guy I forgot to put a picture of here, but so we have four more, three more pictured.
Yeah.
Our next guy, number 36, is Hugo Martini von Malistow, or Malisto. He was born in Slovenia in 1860, and I'm going to assume he's Slovenian, although I don't know for sure. Once again, people, many of them had fathers who were officers. He's one of the more obscure figures on today's list. He's pretty hard to find stuff about. The only thing I could find about him on Google was written in Polish, at least I think it was Polish, and because it couldn't be copy pasted, I couldn't translate. So I had to kind of guess a little bit here. Martini did not hold a command in 1914, but took over a division in early 1915. In April, he took over a corps when General Meixner fell ill, and he led that corps for almost the entire remaining part of the war. So he's a very long-serving corps commander. In November, he made General of the Infantry. He gave up his corps in June 1916, which may have been because of Brusilov. Because most generals who were involved did very poorly. He then settled in for a very long stint as the governor of Graz from August 1916 until June 1917. He became Inspector General of Military Educational and Training Establishments until August. And then he went back to Corps Command with two different corps until the war ended, and he earned Colonel General in May 1918. But I feel like that was probably a Lifetime Achievement Award because he had never commanded an army, and there just weren't any armies available. So I guess that was kind of a way to show, okay, you earned an army, but you can't have one because there aren't any. Anyway, based on how often he was used as a corps commander, he must have been fairly competent at that job, and he also was somewhat of a decent administrator. But that being said, I have no reason to believe he's anything special. He lived until 1940, and he actually died in the city of Graz, where he had been governor in Austria at the age of 80. So what do you think of Martini von Malisto?
Another case where I don't think of him much. I guess C D.
Yeah. So you're telling me that in your spare time you don't Google search this guy? I mean, I can't imagine not talking about this guy. Here we have an interesting case. Next, we have Rudolf Stoger Steiner von Steinstatten.
I think it's pronounced John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith.
Yeah, so triple S.
Sorry, I had already looked up the list of Colonel Generals and I saw
and
his name. I was like, okay, I got a joke.
yeah, well, I mean,
That's all
yeah,
I had for tonight.
well, there's a lot of assonance here, or is that alliteration? Anyway, forget which one is vowels, which one is consonants, but we've been doing this for a while. All right.
Yeah.
So one distinction he has today is that if you were to look up the Wikipedia page on Austro-Hungarian Colonel Generals, his image is at the top of it. So I guess according to Wikipedia, he is the prototypical Colonel General. Or maybe his picture was just the most striking, I don't know. Anyway, he was born as Rudolf Stoger in Styria, which is South Austria, in 1861. His father died when he was young, so his mother remarried an officer named Joseph Steiner, and so that is why he took the name Stoger Steiner, the compound name. In the 10 years or so leading up to the war, Stoger Steiner held a couple of very interesting assignments. He was on a committee responsible for screening candidates for high commands when he was only a colonel, so he actually had a little bit of influence in choosing his superiors. and he later ran a school for marksmanship between 1909 and 1912. Apparently, this school did not have nearly as much of an impact on imperial readiness as the British counterpart had, because remember, the British Expeditionary Force in 1914, they were so accurate and able to fire so quickly with their bolt-action rifles that the Germans massively overestimated the number of machine guns they had and thought that they were more numerous than they were. In 1912, he received a division command and later led this into the war, fighting in the east. During the May 1915 offensive, his division was reinforced to overstrength and became known as the basically Combat Group Division Stoger-Steiner. I don't know how to pronounce this one German word, so I'm going to try, but it clearly means combat group.
Kombinierte
Yeah.
division, yeah.
Yeah. He was transferred to the Isonzo front, initially held the same command, then finally got a corps. And he led the 15th Corps for 2 years, got promoted to General of the Infantry. While in Italy, he was consistently praised as a corps commander, including Suchenstuhl and Berevich. Both of them thought pretty highly of him. Berevich wanted a higher command for him, but by 1917 his health was falling apart, and so were command opportunities. So perhaps for this reason, his name came up when Karl was looking for a new Minister of War in 1917. So Stoger-Steiner had no previous involvement in politics, and for the most part, Karl was looking for somebody who would just do his bidding. And he thought Stoger-Steiner would be such a guy. That he would just click his heels and sign the forms. So his new position involved some delicate matters, and the person holding it would have to have done well with politics and have knowledge of what the political system was like. Stoger-Steiner apparently was not very politically active or informed. That being said, administratively, he did prove to be better than he probably should have been, as he actually establishes a number of specialized offices to deal with the many administrative needs of the army. So had he been in charge earlier of this, he actually might have set up enough people to figure out how to redistribute resources more effectively. He also was tasked with figuring out how to keep order during the winter of 1917, as hunger was setting in and there was labor unrest and all kinds of stuff was happening. To this end, when unrest broke out among urban workers, Stoger-Steiner actually pulled 7 infantry divisions from the front lines to deal with that. And he was doing a pretty decent job, but he was actually miserable because he absolutely hated the Hungarian politicians, and also his health was continuing to fall apart. He contemplated resigning, but because he was loyal to the Habsburgs, he couldn't do it. So he wanted to resign but couldn't, because he had to serve his emperor to death. By this time, things were just falling apart materially, of course, and no matter what he did, it wasn't going to make any difference. On October 30th, he nearly died when a mob attacked his car and busted the windows, ripping off the imperial regalia. In November, he tried to resign, but Karl said no and wanted him to supervise the demobilization of the army. Of course, it demobilized kind of on its own, and when the Republic of Austria was formed on December 1st, they basically told him he was retired, and he said, fuck yes, please, thank you. So he retired on December 1st, and after the war he settled in Graz, but then died in May 1921 from that illness that had been plaguing him since 1917. So what do you think about Stoger-Steiner?
I'm half in mind to give him an S tier for, fundamentally reorganizing the Austrian war ministry as he did, as effectively as he did. I think A tier actually fits better, but yeah, I think S tier would be too extreme.
Yeah, I mean,
he seemed.
Yeah, because I guess we're basing it on, if he had been in the country with resources and coherency, these reforms might have been huge. But I agree. I think he's pretty multi-talented. I'd give him A.
Yeah.
And finally,
certainly of all the administrators, of all the Austrian administrators, he is head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah. And finally, well, actually, we have another guy after this, but our final pictured individual will be Alois Fürst Schönberg-Hartenstein, who was a member of a long-established noble Austrian family. Schönberg-Hartenstein was born in 1858 and because of his wealth and connections, he was effectively destined for high command. He was an active man who had a foot in both the military and civil spheres. He was actually the head of the Red Cross in Austria from 1899 to 1913. When the war broke out, the prince started off as a division commander before advancing to corps command. In early 1917, as Karl was cleaning house, he was appointed to be the new Imperial Minister of Defense. When strikes broke out in 1918, the prince took up command of the troops tasked with strike breaking, and he arrested a bunch of people. He also arrested 44,000 deserters. He was rewarded for his defense of the state by getting 6th Army in Italy, which was reformed in January 1918 for Caporetto. Schoenberg-Hartenstein with 6th Army also fought at Piave River in June, which was the first, well, really last major action without German support. And of course here the Austrians failed. So I guess that means he was under Brejevich's command. And he actually is the victim of a new tactic that Diaz and his commanders thought up. The defensive bombardment that was timed. So they knew the Austrians were coming, and so they prepared a bombardment of their line of advance, and it was timed perfectly. So really, Schoenberg-Hartenstein's army and its attack was defeated before they even got close to the Italian lines. And he was leading that attack and got wounded in the leg, and he spent the whole summer healing, and then watching his army disintegrate. He was back in command by the time that Vittorio Veneto broke out. His army was smashed and then formally disbanded when they agreed to a ceasefire on November 3rd. He lived pretty quietly after that until the early 1930s when he got into politics, working in the cabinet of Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss as State Secretary of the Army. So this is 1933-34. Dollfuss refused to build a coalition to oppose the Austrian Nazi Party, Dollfuss worked to build a coalition to oppose the Austrian Nazis and unification with Germany, appealing to his fellow Austrians to embrace their unique brand of Germanness. When Dollfuss was assassinated by the Nazis in July 1934, Schoenberg-Hartenstein resigned and retired, and then lived until 1944 in Vienna. So he was anti-Nazi at least. So what do you think about Schoenberg-Hartenstein,
Well,
the strikebreaker?
yeah, he got the comeuppance at Piave that I think a lot of people feel, the patriots deserve, but yeah, I don't think too highly. I'd say a D, maybe actually no, C probably works. Because really, like,
yeah, I feel like at Piave they had very little chance, and then by that point the Italians had gotten vastly better. They also were
they had gotten rid of Cadorna, and so it was lights out for any more Austrian successes on that front.
And after that, their only commanders were competent, and then they also had competent British and French commanders on the ground too, and the British and French had sent a bunch of artillery. So that operation was doomed. I feel like he was almost the victim of an experiment that went right.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I mean, clearly, even though he was an anti-Nazi strike-breaking,
he's also a strike-breaker.
Yeah.
And also the fact that Engelbert Dollfuss himself was a fascist politician. So it's just that he wasn't pro, National Socialism.
It's like, not that brand of fascism, this brand.
Yeah, he was more in line with.
I thought that Dollfuss...
that whole shit's confusing as hell. Yeah. It's weird reading up about that whole the Dollfuss affair, his assassination, because he was more in line with Benito Mussolini's fascism, to say at least, his brand of fascism.
Was he basically a Catholic fascist?
Without the weird esoteric racial bullshit?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm guessing if he was pushing the Austrianness of their German identity, he's probably an ardent Catholic, would be my guess.
Yeah, I am not as well versed about Engelbert Dollfuss and all those guys. I don't know. I don't like reading up about crazy assholes like these.
Yeah,
and it is weird though reading up the little I have read about it. It's like 1934. Benito Mussolini was actually siding with the Austrians against the Nazis at the time. Like he was protecting their independence at the time. It's really like after the blunder in Ethiopia that Mussolini realizes his only friend's going to be Hitler from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, once the options he preferred were gone.
Yeah, that he himself meant like it's entirely on his fault for invading Ethiopia and making himself an international pariah.
Right. And finally, the guy I didn't picture here, and I think there might be a person I missed that I can't remember. Anyway, this is the guy I found out about after I made this list. His name is Wenzel von Verm, which is kind of a cool name. Anyway,
Yeah.
Wenzel von Verm, I was not able to find that much about him, but he was born in 1859 in Prague. His father was lieutenant colonel. He joined the army in 1875 and had risen to lieutenant field marshal by 1914 in command of the 16th Corps in what was at the time known as Ragusa, which is today's Dubrovnik. He then was promoted to general of the artillery, which was the highest rank in the army, as I mentioned, prior to the introduction of colonel, general, and field marshal. He led 16th Corps as part of Podgoric's 6th Army. He was not blamed for the failure in Serbia, but he did develop a negative reputation because he was known not necessarily as being incompetent, but as being inconsiderate of casualties and being ruthless. So he was not the kind of guy who paid any attention to his men's welfare. He was a victory at all costs kind of guy. When Italy declared war in 1915 and May 23rd, von Verm and his corps were sent to help stop the Italians. He actually disobeyed orders by Barevich and positioned his corps along the Isonzo, so forward of where Barevich wanted to put his lines. But this ended up working out because this position would end up being crucial to stopping some of the attacks later. On August 17th, he earned the Knight's Cross of the Military Order of St. Maria Theresa, and then he was ennobled with the addition of Freiherr von. So I guess up to this point, he had just been plain old Wenzel Verm. He became Colonel General. He then got, and this will confuse you, he got command of the 1st Isonzo Army. He took part in the victory at Caporetto. This was then renamed just the Isonzo Army. So before there had been 1st and 2nd Isonzo Armies. Now there was just the Isonzo Army, which also had the alternate name of 5th Army. And that's his command now, going into 1918. He fought at Piave River and Vittorio Veneto, both of which, of course, were failures. Just like everyone else, he didn't do well. But Conrad is the biggest failure there. 2nd Piave, his sector actually did see some success in June, but really there was a lack of direction and a lack of follow-through. So his sector actually was the most successful, but because the reserves weren't there and the effort was dispersed between the two dueling plans of the field marshals, nothing ended up happening. So actually he did pretty well at Piave, now that I think about it. So he's actually the one guy who came out of this looking good, with the possible exception of ours. Just like everyone else, his retirement date, December 1st, 1918. And he died in Vienna on March 21st, 1921. So what do you think about Wenzel von Verm?
Well, highlight of his career, obviously, decision to hold the Isonzo. That's kind of big for the Austrians, all things considered, because of course, it's along that line that Kadorna just bashes his head in for the next 2 years.
Right.
But aside from that, I don't know. It just doesn't sound like he's that like secret military genius that just. If we had an image of him, I put him in C, like no higher than that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd say C or B for Benzel. And I said he has the reputation for being a butcher, but it's based on pretty limited information, and
Yeah.
there might
Right.
just be a negative tradition. I mean, maybe there's another tradition that's a little more positive about him. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Just
no,
yeah.
like
It
like I said at
sounds.
the outset, some of these guys are a little hard to find stuff about.
Yeah.
Uh, anyway, so that is all 39 of the command generals. Again, if there's somebody I missed that I didn't talk about who commanded at least an army or made some sort of high command, please put a permanent comment that I can see so I can add them to the kind of roundup list that I plan to do when I eventually finish all the major powers. And so the roundup list will also include, say, Bulgarians, Romanians, Americans, and a lot of the more minor participants who had a
Yeah.
limited involvement or just were small. Also, we had one final super chat from Achaemenid Arsenic, which is an excellent username. Two
Oh
pounds.
yes, I saw that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
He had a
Achaemenid.
comment underneath it.
Oh, he
So,
does. Where's it at?
well, it's not on the thing, but it's like right below it.
Okay, I can't
So,
see it. The
it's. He said if he had to rank World War One land armies on the tier list, or you
ah
guys, did you guys already do a World War One army tier list? I feel like you
um,
guys have.
we did World War II, but if I were if I were to rank the armies in terms of their quality, I mean, I think the British army is actually a little underrated. I think they were actually pretty much on par with the Germans just because of training, even if they weren't quite there equipment wise. The Germans are probably still number one, at least for the early war. Then the British, then the French, and there's a pretty big drop off once you get to the French. And below the
Yeah.
French, you then have the Russians, and below the Russians, in terms of quality, you could actually make a case for some of the minor powers over the Austrians, perhaps.
Oh yeah,
I
definitely.
mean,
Like I think the
Bulgaria and Serbia, I think might edge
I
out the Austrians.
yeah, I'd say the Bulgarians alone are the second best of the Central Power forces because they could actually hold their damn own.
Yeah, and they actually bounced
Um,
off a British army at one point, late war,
yeah,
when the British army was, fully loaded and probably the best equipped army.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah, and
so,
the Ottomans they had their moans too in comparison.
and if you're talking about late
Like
war, I think by 1917 to 1918, I think the British man for man were actually the best army.
yeah, yeah, that has been, if you take into account all the colonial armies and their commanders and their troops. Yeah, and also their tank forces are probably the most developed. I think only the French come close.
Yeah. So anyway, those are the commanders of World War One for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The next one I'll do, which I don't know when I'll have it ready. Might not be even the summer. It'll definitely be this year. It'll be the French. That's the one I've been reading the most on recently, and then after that, probably the Germans. Um, but yeah, thank you, Thoughtful Pug, for joining me this evening.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so this was a fairly long haul. We got through it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go rest my vocal cords, and I hope everyone had a good time. Learned something. Again, I apologize for any infelicities because, like I said, I was ready to do this back in February, and I've long since moved on to studying other stuff. So my memories of this are not perfect. But anyhow, thank you all for your patience, and I will see you all around in the near future. So, good night, good luck, and don't be like the Austro-Hungarians. All right, so
All right.
we are off